Yeah, yeah, yeah. Peace to the family. Peace to the family.
I want the smoke. This
I'm gonna start
environment
a
is the
little
toughest,
earlier.
so bring your best in. Put your spirit to the test.
Come on in.
Stepping into the ring with the scholar with the no digits harder. I will make you holler in the information flow with power. You wanted to peak, the elite, the undisputed. Now watch as your outdated theories get refuted. I'm posted in the den, let the world burn. Pressure in the room, it's finally my turn. They want the smoke, I'm the whole forest fire. Watch the oxygen vanish as the flames climb higher. My mind is the weapon, I'm no joke. I'm the baddest, I come for the smoke. No joke, I'm the baddest to ever breathe. I don't play house, I make them leave. Smoke session. Smoke, 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 smoke session. I want the smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke session. sa.neter, you better warn 'em. Who want the smoke? Who wanna say that I'm not playing? Oh my God, sa.neter, stop playing with me. Now, Paul, you better tell him, you better tell her now, Paul. Stop playing with me.
Woo!
Who wants to smoke?
Let's get it, y'all.
Who wants to smoke?
Yeah.
Who wants to smoke? Yeah.
Yeah.
Temperatures going up, the heat is rising, scholars showing up, audience vibing. We on a mission, competition is the only desire. Whose information will be facing the mercy of fire? So step up, stand up, can you walk through hell? So tough, too tough for the weak soft shell. Set the fire, fan the flame, smoke is rising in blooms. While the inexperienced today just does the choke on the fumes. Bring your science, bring the wisdom, even bring your religion. If you can't stand the heat, then please don't come in the HOK. It's just a session, learn a lesson, fight and overcome oppression. Who'll be the best debated? By the time all the smoke clears, who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Who wants to smoke? Smoke session, smoke, 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 smoke session. I want the smoke. This environment is the toughest, so bring your best in. Put your spirit to the test. You stepping into the ring with the scholar with the no digits harder. I will make you holler in the information flow with power. You wanted to peak, the elite, the undisputed. Now watch as your outdated theories get refuted. I'm posted in the den, let the world burn. Pressure in the room, it's finally my turn. They want the smoke, I'm the whole forest fire. Watch the oxygen vanish as the flames climb higher. My mind is the weapon, I'm no joke. I'm the baddest, I come for the smoke. No joke, I'm the baddest to ever breathe. I don't play house, I make them leave. Smoke session. Smoke, 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 smoke session. I want the smoke. Smoke, smoke, smoke session. sa.neter, you better warn 'em. Who want the smoke? Who wanna say that I'm not playing? Oh my God, sa.neter, stop playing with me. Now, Paul, you better tell him, you better tell her now, Paul. Stop playing with me.
Peace to the family. This is your brother Reggie. Hope everybody is having a great day. I am going to work to try to remove this banner. I don't know why I can't. In the meantime, just bear with me for a second. See if this. So that works. How's everybody doing? Let me know in the comments until I can actually see if I can get this thing done. This is crazy. I haven't had a problem like this before. So give me a second. And I'm going to read your comments. Normally I just turn it off, but I can't right now for some reason. There I go. Wow. Well, there I thought I could. Turn it off. Maybe see if I can turn it off. Great. Tonight's going to be a very interesting conversation that we going to embark on. It's going to be about the Kemetic church fathers. I don't know why this happens. In the meantime, I want you to think about something. We bang on a lot the Christian church fathers, right? We do that, right? Because the Christian church fathers are the ones that pretty much created what we know as Christianity. And we do a lot of banging. We actually do a lot of banging on them. And we do textual criticism. We look for things that change, things that are added, things that are subtracted. Right? I think that we all agree on that. And this is not going to work, family. And when we do this, we find that there are a group of men who set aside what we know as Christianity, no matter what the text says. Do we agree on that? Okay. Well, in this tradition that we, at least I have this, so maybe I can just blow this up. Let's see how to blow this up. At least we have that. Okay, so what I'm calling the Kemetic church fathers is a group of men who designed what Kemeticism is in the Black community. And this has occurred fairly recently, less than 50 years, or 50 years and about. So 50 years or and about, we have something called Kemeticism in the conscious community. And so it's very young, and no one critiques it. I'm going to critique it today with your help. Now, you all know that there is a debate that is going to be scheduled between me and sa.neter Tepi Jabari Asase of the Shrine of Ma'at. And that should be very interesting. And as sa.neter said, the title is "Or the Neters Literal." Right now, there's always some problems. The problem is that I certainly wanted to debate Jabari on what Jabari actually said. He said the Neters are real, but they're not literal. They're not actual, and they are how forces and energies work in the universe. Now, that didn't make it into the title, but that's what he said, and that is connected with his statement as to whether the Neters are literal or not. And my situation is that the Neters are real. According to the belief and script and text of the ancient Egyptians, they are literal. They are actual. And the forces and energies or properties of description of those entities, divine beings or divine agents. And if you want if you really want gods and goddesses. Now, the gods and goddesses are to me problematic, and we're not arguing that, but that's an expression of deified agents, gods and goddesses. That's an expression of deified agents. But we are going to argue whether the neteru, the neters, or literal. And, you know, I'm always, uh, I always have problems when people change, when people say something literally. Jabari's statement is a literal statement. It's not metaphorical, it's literal. And I have a problem when people want to hide what they say, right? And not deal directly with all the components and put it in a title so that you can be confused. Family, don't be confused, right? I am going to absolutely argue against everything that Jabari Osasi says. Now, press 1 if you think the neteru or not literal, just to see where we are. I just want to see where we are. Press 1 if you believe that the neteru or not literal. Press 1. Press 2 if you believe that according to the text that is written, that the neteru or literal. 1, they're not literal. 2, they are literal. Just to see where people are. 1, that they're not literal. And 2, according to the text, not what you think, not what you believe, but according to what the text is written, they are literal. Let's see what we got here. Peace, Nana. Okay. So we got good. We got some 1s and we got some 2s. Okay. Well, the people who are saying that they are not literal come from the church fathers of the Kemetic tradition. These are men like, instead of Polycarp, Marcion, right, Irenaeus, right? These are men beginning about 50 years ago that decided that we are going to practice, or they are going to practice something called the Kemetic spirituality. And unfortunately, many of those 50 years ago couldn't read a complete sa.neter sentence. Right? Now, there are some that in fact actually could, like Muta Ashby. But the other ones, they grew in competence as they had to explain things. And I see that they use Nile Valley as a language and writing, or writing as a window dressing. So we're going to go through that. But before we go through that, I'm going to open up the line early and I'm going to close it early. But I want to hear your thoughts about, let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. Now, I'm going to admit that the gloves are off tonight. Right? I am admitting the gloves are off. Right? I've debated in the past Brother Jabari, who represented the Kemetic shrines and temples. He self-appointed himself to do so. And you've seen it live. So this is a continuation on another subject. Now, family, when I talk about the Kemetic Church Fathers, you are not going to see Infidisi Jehudimas on the list, right? Because Infidisi Jehudimas, his work is closer to the teachings of scholars when it comes to Kemet, right? When it comes to Kemet, it is closest. I'm talking about some other groups of people who want to do mixed Kemetic belief with modern day, or what they call Kemetic yoga, Kemetic spirituality, Kemetic poses, Kemetic talismans, Kemetic speech, right? So I am talking about those groups of people who are now reinterpreting what the texts say, and they're doing it with their charisma. So let me open up the chat early. Um, there you go. And pop in. Come on. Brother Reggie's here. Come and get me, right? Who wants to smoke? Come and get me. Now, as people come in, I started my journey in the metal nature 19 really 85, I think 85, maybe 85, 86, 85, 85, 86. And I was able to take Dr. Ricketti's introductory class on the metal nature, and that's where I got my start. And as a student, I not only looked at what she said about the language, I also began to investigate what she was saying, because there, I see you, Omar. It was in that class that she began to give us vocabulary words. I don't know why. Okay, so let's try this. Let's try this. Right. She gave us vocabulary words. So many of the vocabulary words that we use today, like hotep and um, Nefer and Mot, and um, let's give me a good one. And then Netchers like Usir, Set, Nephet, Horus the Elder, Geb, Shu, Neph, Anut, Tefnut. She gave it to us. Um, and she explained it in the Medu Neter and in definitions. So, and then along the way, I met other scholars, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Malana Karenga, uh, learned of Dr. Diop, listened to Dr. Obenga, uh, um, sat in and listened to what Dr. Mario Beatty was teaching, and a list of, and then many years later, I come into this thing called the conscious community. And we began to argue with the Hebrews on, we put Kemet on trial. Then we continuously, from that time period on, which was now about 12, 14 years ago, we still do topics with them, against them, etc. And we all try to learn. But in this process, I've had some disputes with what the Kemetic groups teach. I look at it as scholarship. I look at it from an academic perspective. I'm not involved in any of their spiritual beliefs or religious beliefs or their culture, right? I don't agree with a lot of it. And then it's really interesting because, in one sense, it seems that I have to be in the gang and then I have to support them when they are absolutely wrong. And I refuse to do that. I sometimes will be quiet if they're making logical and good arguments about Christianity and the Hebrews. I'll be quiet. But the minute they should step into talking about Nile Valley culture in a way in which I think disrespects the culture or replaces the culture, because what I think that they're doing is replacement culture, right? And they haven't shown the tools necessary to show that their interpretations are correct. I also want to add, before I get into it, Asar and Ka is my brother. Now, Asar Ka is a practitioner. I very rarely, if any time, really argue with Asar and Ka because he's going to argue from the text. He's not going to hallucinate or imagine. He's going to say, well, Brother Reggie, this is what the text says. Read it, line by line, word by word. And this is what the Ramesh, as we call them, say. And then I have to say whether or not they said it literally, right? And most of the time we have discussions, it's about exactly what they said. Whether or not I believe it is not the point. Whether or not I strongly disagree with it, that's not the point. The question is, do I have enough respect for the African cultures to say that they in fact did it? So Brother Omar came on first, and Brother Sar. Brother Omar, what's on your mind before I start this presentation?
Oh no, man. I just want to come take my hat off to you, Brother Reggie. What you just said stands on integrity. You know what I'm saying? And not to be one of those guys that has respect to persons. You know what I'm saying? You stand on integrity because, like you said, even though if somebody they can be your best friend, they could be a family member. But the thing is, if they're incorrect, you ain't gonna roll around with the narrative. And guess what? You're gonna let them know about it. I think that's healthy. I think that's very healthy. So I must say you are a man of integrity, and I get exactly what you're saying. This is what Jabari is basically saying. Jabari's using an American scholar with a lot an American scholar, and I do have to put some respect on Jabari's name too, because like I say, he's well studied, he's well spoken, he has his degrees, he has accolades upon accolades upon accolades. But what Jabari is doing, he's putting his studies in that specific area and using a Western methodology to say, oh, we know now that there is no person with a dog head or something. Okay, but the thing is, what you're saying, Reggie, is that's not what the Kemetic people thought. Now there was principles, stuff like that, but they absolutely believed in those gods, absolutely wholeheartedly, and that's your point. Jabari is just saying, "Oh, we're gonna, because you well studied and you have all these accolades that now using our methodology now to say, okay, we know there wasn't a dog head, a dude, or my bad, I can't say gods. I got to be correct. Neters. we know that they wasn't. So that's what Jabari is saying. You're just saying, Reggie, that's what you think, Jabari, but that's not what the Kemetic people think.
I'm saying a lot of that. I'm saying that in their they're communicating a language, and the way that they communicate the language is their business. It's not Jabari's business. He wasn't there. Did they do theatrical plays? Did they in funeral processions? Did humans dress up? Yes, right. or the neters actually those things, I don't agree on that. I don't agree that they were dog-headed um, or individuals walking around with disc on their head. I don't agree. But what I will say is that in theatrical um, settings, that you may see that, but that is not the nature, right? And I'm not going to go too much into the debate. I'm going to talk about the Kemetic church fathers, right? And what I'm going to say to y'all might be shocking, right? And you can look it up to see if it's in fact true, right? But the Kemetic church fathers are about 50 years ago. African American, African Caribbean groups in America who uh, decided in groups, not as one group, but in groups, as camps, decided how they were going to practice. And I disagree with one of the newest church fathers, Kemetic church fathers, Jabari. I agree. I disagree with his slogan, tagline, that the natures are real, but they are not literal, they're not actual. And that's how forces and energies, uh, uh, how can I say, forces and energy or present themselves in the universe. I disagree with that. I think that's slogan. I think it's a tagline. I don't think that the text says that, and we shall see. So thank you for that, brother Omar. Asar, you got any comments? You are
You gotta be nice to the Sebaou now. We look, man. These are your instructors. These are your big brothers and sisters. So, uh, you know, tread lightly, but tell it like it is. I
they're
guess.
not mine. None of them are mine. They're
Uh,
theirs. I'm not into that. That's theirs, Asar. That's not mine. I
but
don't. I
but that
don't.
was
Yes.
that was your upbringing. You was with John Henry. You was with
But he's not a
Leonard
Kemetic
Jeffries.
church father. He's not. He's not. Dr. Ben is not a Kemetic church father.
Okay, I see. I
They're
see.
not
So
church
I
fathers.
see.
They taught
You about to
information.
draw a line. I got you. You gonna draw a line.
No, no, no.
But
So that's
even
when he says your teachers are my teachers. No, no.
look,
I visited places where there were temples and shrines, and they did their events. Certainly, I saw a set, right? I
yeah,
visited them um, as a guest, and as a guest, I just observed, right? I
right.
observed. I
Let me
just yes.
yeah, let me say because I know I'm gonna hop in the crowd in a second. I For me, the reconstruction is not as difficult to process as some of the scholars in the books would try to make it, which I think was really more discouragement from Africans reclaiming what we used to do.
Mm-hmm,
Um, a lot of it's very simple. Um,
mm-hmm,
if we look at it, Christianity is nowhere looking like what it used to look like back in the day. It's not
mm-hmm,
even close.
mm-hmm,
Uh, Now we got Hebrew Israelites, which
mm-hmm,
is clearly not uh, the original looking notion of
mm-hmm,
how Jews and the different people of the book would formulate. And even Muslims,
mm-hmm,
with the Salafi and a lot of the Orthodox taking over, it looks totally different than Muhammad's time. So
mm-hmm,
everything right now is in reconstruction format. Um, I don't mind the ethic codes coming back out, and as you know, I think the natural are literal, and I think you and Brother Jabari, you're gonna have a real good discussion.
mm-hmm,
It's gonna get nice and meaty, and it's a necessary discussion. So but I really think that uh, even with the situation with you and Seba Samaj, you know, I would say you told me first how they kind of approach their little gruff in their teaching in their way.
mm-hmm.
So I would say just remind yourself of that way because
No,
you came up in it.
no,
And when you
no,
go
no, no, no,
Saber, you
no,
know
no,
how
no, bro.
they raise you.
They're
So
not my teachers,
I mean, you
right?
may
And
this disown them as teaching you now, but I'm just
they
saying as
never
you
taught me. They never taught me anything. So the question is, I observed and I had comments, and I had actually good conversations with uh, Baba Heru Samaj Sepata, and I had some bad ones, right?
right.
Um,
That
the issue
that's
is,
why I'm saying as you do what you do, and I'm gonna step down.
yeah,
Just
yeah.
keep that in mind
No, no,
as
absolutely not. There's no quarter, right? I'm just
hold
not
on,
going to
let me finish
disrespect.
though. Let me finish
I am not
because
going to disrespect. I am not
Reggie,
going to disrespect them, but there's no quarter. For
right.
the most
But
part, they're reconstructing what they
no,
wanted to.
no. You're talking about what you're gonna get into when you discuss what they're bringing forth. I'm saying that when you talk about them, remember the method that they use pretty much across the board, and then remember who they are to you, even if
Nothing.
you are
They're
taking
people
some of
that I
them as
know.
instructors out.
No, they're
Right.
not. I keep telling you, they didn't instruct me in any way, right? They were just there when I was being instructed, or they was in another place. I have a lot of respect for some and no respect for others, right? But what I'm going to get into is
You're gonna
uh,
talk about what they do and what they brought forth.
I'm going to
Yeah.
talk about the modern the Kemetic church fathers. That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, what they do.
Uh,
Yeah.
I didn't mention you in that group, so stay out of
No,
it.
you didn't. I'm just saying
Okay,
because
so
I know
stay
what
out of it.
you. I
Stop
got an
trying to
idea
protect
what
them.
you about to do.
Stop
So I'm
protecting them.
saying, all
Before
Stop
you
right.
protecting them.
before you move
Uh,
on,
Reggie, whenever
Go
you and the
ahead,
saw
brother
are
Jose.
done, I wanted to just say something real quick, if you don't mind, brother Reggie.
go ahead, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I just still want to, So, going through this chat, it's crazy because I was just getting ready to hop in, and it was some brothers that I don't know how they picked my mom, but they did. Here's the thing.
Wow.
Well, first, let's address Asar. So the thing is, Asar. We're not gonna move because I noticed how you kind of tried to move the
Keep talking. I'll
goalposts
be
a little
right
bit.
back.
You no sweat, Reggie. Asar, you kind of try to move the goalposts because I notice whenever we have certain dialogues, you know, when the truth gets real, we type we kind of astray from the topic. The top it's not the Israelite church fathers, it's the Kemetic church fathers. So let's make sure we stay on point. Let's not
Well,
move
for on
over to
point,
having the Israel.
it would be Shem too.
Let's not
Yeah,
move
he's
over
about to
to an
talk about
Israelite
Kemetic.
discussion.
Oh, we're
Thank
not.
you.
I'm just
So
letting it be known that
so
when you talk
no
Kemetic,
no.
you need to check yourself in because I'm a
We
Shem
don't
too.
All right.
So that's part of
we
what
don't
he's
need to
about to
speak
talk about
anything.
tonight is
So Lucky, go
authenticity.
ahead.
So if you're talking about authenticity, the word would be Shemsu because that's a follower of nature. So we're Shemsu nature, and in particular, you would talk about the type of nature or the particular
And
nature
that's
that
cool.
you
Okay.
serve,
Well,
which is
listen,
Shemsu
good
nature.
Hold
brothers.
on. Hey,
Hey, good
Reggie,
Kemetic
brothers.
is
Good
a
20
brothers.
seconds.
different term.
Good
I get
brothers.
20 seconds real quick, Reggie.
You
Respectfully.
have
Okay.
20 seconds.
So
We was waiting for you to go in. Go
so
ahead. Go ahead.
the thing about a couple of people that I saw. Here's the thing here. Reggie, not Reggie, my bad, Salaki. Jabari has what? The shrine of my.
Yeah, and I
So,
got the Pearl
yeah,
Ankh
yeah.
Bahu Emerald. So what?
Hold on. Hold on. Does not Jabari pray to that shrine? Yes. Does
You praise
Jabari
in the
give?
shrine, not to
Hold
the
on.
shrine.
Nope. Let's
You're messing it
stay
up.
on course.
We are. You're
Jabari,
messing it up.
Why don't y'all
Jabari.
ask Jabari this? I gotta move on. Omar.
Go ahead.
Omar,
Yeah, he prays to it. He gives offerings, and he
You
does
say the
chants to it.
ISUPK, brother.
Omar,
You
I honestly don't
are
know
in
what
a
he does.
camp.
I
Yeah.
honestly, it's inside. We don't know what they do, right? So you're
I've
gonna have to
seen
ask.
it. I've seen it.
Okay, you seen it?
I've
Okay,
seen
good.
it.
You've been
Yes.
in Jabari house.
No.
No, Jabari. Listen.
Then
This is
you ain't
common
seen
knowledge.
his
Okay,
which
wait.
is
Y'all
where
can
you
all
do the
come back.
worship
I'm
at.
just
You don't know what you're talking about.
wait.
No,
Can
I'm
you,
almost done, Reggie.
listen.
I'm almost done. I'm almost done, and I'm gonna
I
mute out.
understand, but you always
Go ahead. Instruct me then. Don't sweat,
right.
Reggie.
So I'm
Sorry.
just gonna move it on to the other people so I can start my presentation. Is that okay?
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Assalamu
but
alaikum, brother.
yeah.
And the whole
Okay.
chat and the top.
Okay.
Jabari
I think
I
does
just
have
got
Jose
the
you want
Jabari
to
warning.
does
talk
have a
about.
YouTube channel called the Shrine of Ma'at, and anybody can
There
go
you go.
watch
You
it.
want to talk? Well, I'm trying to move it
My
on.
bad, Reggie. I just had to throw that in. Salaki, my
Okay.
bad.
Well, maybe I'll get to it. I'm probably not gonna talk about his particular shrine. Jose, did you have anything quick to say?
I just wanted to say what's up to Asar and let him
In the
know.
chat, brother.
Hit me up because I'm going to do something this Sunday. I'm going to need your help for sure.
Okay.
Now call me. Don't email me. Call me.
All right.
Like right now, I'm in Chicago. I'm passing through Chicago. I should have stopped at Omar house. Like, oh, come
Yeah,
outside.
you
We
should have
about to kick it up.
for sure.
But call me and then we'll get to it for sure.
As far as you, brother Reggie, I want to hear you out and see what you're coming with as far as this presentation is concerned.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. So I'm gonna remove y'all, and then I have one of my favorites, brother Camdy Verse, if on the channel, the legendary Camdy Verse, who is my brother. Camdy Verse, what is going on?
I'm looking forward to seeing this good presentation. You know, looking forward to seeing what you have to offer. You know, because I've always talked about how, you know, in terms of the Kemetic practitioners, you see some Dashiki Hinduism or Indo-European spirituality with the African coding, and then you see others trying to connect classical Africa to modern Africa. So I'm interested to see the data that Reggie has for us, and I'm looking forward to an amazing presentation.
Camdy Verse, were you able to fix this thing that YouTube discriminated against you on, because they seem to pick your channel? They have a new setting that says that you have to say that the content is AI generated and stuff like that, and it seems like they try to pick on you. Are you able to fix that?
Well, it's still in process. Currently, I'm not part of the partner program, but it's a process of, you know, they basically want to show they handpick certain channels, and they want to say that this content is not educational and it's not authentic. And this is part of the discrimination that, you know, Black scholars have experienced, you know, since time immemorial. It's partially why, like in the underground, having sister scholars like Rocketti being able to establish just the words, the living language of our ancient ancestors. The mainstream academic media didn't want that. They didn't want that. They didn't want John Henry Clark. They didn't want Dr. Ben. They didn't want Sheikh Anta Diop, Obenga, Sankara, all of our great revolutionaries who have fought for truth. But as it relates to Kanjiverse, you know, I'm on Patreon, I'm on Substack. So if you want to catch me there, you can subscribe to me on those platforms. And
Yeah,
Aluta
that's
continua.
so unfortunate. And so that so sa.neter went through that in a different type of way in a lot of other channels. And so and it's just a very problematic process, but you're working through it, right?
Yeah. No, we are very, very secure. We have a really vibrant community. You know, we exchange revolutionary information. You know, so even though AdSense or whatever the partner program is, you know, there's a reapplication period after 90 days. But even
Okay.
despite that, like we're still building, you know, behind the scenes.
Okay, wonderful. Candy Verse, my brother, wish you all the luck, and I can understand the pain um, uh, picking you out, and all of this flat Earth and all this other stuff can remain on YouTube, but they find a way because you are talking about particular leaders and particular aspects of history that they give you this particular problem. So we have to find a way to monetize what we teach, where there can be no constraints. But you are one of my favorites. I was on a show of yours the other day. I think it was a rebroadcast.
Hmm.
And that's when I found out about the difficulties. But well, uh, to the audience, sit back and relax. I'm gonna start my journey um, on the Kemetic Church Fathers. So thank you so much. So Kamji, we will stay in touch. All right. So let me share my screen. And as you know, well, I'm going to talk. I'm going to show what I wrote. I'm going to show what I wrote. I'm going to leave my face up. Um, and let's just walk it down. It's just the way I present. So here we go. Um, okay, great. Let's see if I can show my face. Great. Okay. I'm gonna blow it up so we can step by it, step through it, right? Okay. I don't know why it's not. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna read through it, and so you can listen to my points, and I'll stop. Monochromatic spirituality: text, teachers, and the construction of a modern religious fiction. I am not talking about Soren Ka's work. I'm not talking about Infidici's, Jehudi Master's work, but I am talking about some of the other groups. Modern Kemetic spirituality presents itself as a return to the original African religion of Kemet, but the historical record points in a very different direction. What is marketed as ancestral continuity is, in most cases, a late 20th century reconstruction built out of modern paganism. Afrocentric identity politics, charismatic teachers, and selective use of Egyptological material rather than an unbroken priestly transmission from ancient Egypt. And when I mean paganism, right, that I am not talking about uh, Black scholars. I'm talking about another group, which I will introduce in a minute. The central problem is not that modern people want to be inspired by ancient Egypt. The problem is that many Kemetic teachers speak as though they are simply transmitting the religion of the ancestors, while rarely showing the audience the original Medu-Neter text, the grammar, the context, or the scholarly debates that will allow their claims to be tested. This paper argues that modern Kemetic spirituality is not an ancient religion preserved in the Black community, but a modern religious construction or spiritual construction. It's a teacher first, text second, performance heavy, philology light, and far more dependent on modern interpreters than its public rhetoric admits. Kemeticism is a modern revival, not ancient survival. The first fact that must be faced is simple. Kemeticism is widely described in reference and historical literature as a modern neo-pagan revival of ancient Egyptian religion emerging in the 1970s. When I say that, that means that it is not African led at that point. It is European led at that point. That means the movement is modern from the ground is modern from the ground up. It does not descend through a documented chain of priests, temples, and institutions from pharaonic Egypt to its present. It is a reconstruction, just as modern pagan revivals of Greek, Norse, or Celtic religions are reconstructions. That's all they are. Let me see what the chat says about that. Any comments about that? You want to argue that there is a priestly line from the modern Kemetic priest, as they call it, and Kemet or Tawi civilizations? Do you want anybody wants to argue that? Does anybody want to argue that there is some special spiritual connection through the family lines that made them like an Aaron type priest? That they had a particular gene, right, that made them special? Does anybody want to argue that? The point matters because many public Kemetic voices blur the distinction between inspiration and continuity. They speak as though they are merely returning to the religion of the ancestors, but the sources consistently place modern Kemetism in the 1970s to 80s alongside other neo-pagan esoterical revivals. In plain terms, modern Kemeticism is not the survival of ancient temple system. It is an invention of new religious form using ancient Egyptian material. Does anybody disagree with that? Aha! The white reconstructionist side admits what the black side often hides. Huh? Euro-American Kemetic groups, do y'all know that there are Euro-American Kemetic groups? Are often more honest about what they are. Kemetic orthodoxy, for example, is openly treated as an ancient revival religion founded in 1988 by Tamara L. Sudo, who is recognized within her movement as the Nosut. So in 1988, we get something called Kemetic orthodoxy. Prior to that, there were a lot of fringe European groups practicing what they believe is Nile Valley culture. Lots of cult practices around Nile Valley culture. African culture, African people, we were just getting the information. Dr. Cheikh Diop wrote his book, African Origin of Civilization. Prior to that, we had Du Bois, and we had Leo Hansberry, and we had Antonin Furman, and we had other scholars that pretty much debated, talked that the Nile Valley civilization was an African civilization, but we had not a practice of people trying to create a revival. The earliest group that I know of that began the process was a Set Society, but they mixed Nile Valley culture with another other cultures and kind of connection to the Rosicrucian mystery system. They were of probably one of the first. Patasika Asar, who may be listening, was part of another African version that was happening earlier or about that time roughly in the 1970s, right? Um, but they were very, very small groups. There were no YouTube. Uh, it was in local society, local groups, except for when they were connected to mystery systems or shrines in the sense of masonry, right? So it had not completely connected to the Black community the way it is now. But the white groups were much more, how can I say, financed. The academic study by Marilyn Crowe and the Brooke Ashley Philippant, Kemetic Orthodoxy, Ancient Egyptian Religion on the Internet, does not treat Kemetic Orthodoxy as an unbroken survival from antiquity. It treats it as a religion of late modernity shaped by the internet, modern community formation, and contemporary ritual needs, responding to the needs of groups of people who earlier were very fragile when it came to things like the occultist movement of the past, Madame Blavatsky and others. And they formulated themselves into a group very interested in Mount Valley civilization, which we call ancient Egyptian. The symbols, the rituals, the connections to forces and uh, energies, and having a modern shell. The African groups in America and elsewhere were forming themselves, and some of the members of these groups happen to be Black folks. This is where the contrast becomes uncomfortable. The white Reconstructionist side often admits that it's reconstructing. Much of the Black Kemetic side, by contrast, talks as if it was simply recovering what the ancestors already taught in an unmediated way. But when the history is examined, that claim actually collapses. Both sides are modern. The difference is that one side is more candid about it. The other ones, they have, we have people in our community that have like visions of Paul. Paul never met Christ, never prayed with Christ. Paul got his version of Christianity or Jesus through a vision. We in our community have people who are in these Black Kemetic shrines that say that they had visions or their parents told them this and etc. like that, to create a kind of a structured line, but it sounds Paulinian to me. How many of you agree or disagree? How many of you agree or disagree? That's what I'm interested in. That the mere fact that very few, I'm frozen. I think I'm frozen. Let me see. The mere fact that very few, if any, have any direct connection to Egypt, right, is problematic to me. The land called Egypt, the people of Egypt, the Nubians of Egypt, right, is very problematic to me when I listen to them. I don't care how many times you traveled to it, that doesn't fix the fact that your maternal and your paternal and your maternal side have no direct connection to the people of the Nile Valley, right? Hey, buy me lunch. When I say buy me lunch, $5 donation, a $10 donation, that will help, because what I'm doing is I am actually helping you. So now we have people that we accept that either have visions or have many trips, and that now creates some spiritual connection to the Nile Valley. At the same time, we have groups of people who never went, who haven't read a good book on the subject, but they're part of the community. And they will tell you what they believe and what they don't believe about the culture, but they have no information that, how can I say, is acceptable about the people in the culture and what they did, right? There are people today where there are museums with material from ancient Kemet that they don't visit. And then there are people who do visit occasionally on a tour and walk past the glyphs and point to particular objects. Or as when I went to the place called Egypt, the African civilization that was Egypt, and climbed the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. And there was a long line of people in the king's chamber waiting to get in the king's chamber to cross their arms and say, Ankh, or whatever else that they wanted to say. There was a long line. And some of them were European, some of them were of other nationalities, and some of them were black. And their sole purpose was to get into the king's sarcophagus, so-called, lay down, cross their arms, and that sarcophagus is small for most people. It's like, you know, a 5'6", 5'4" person could sit in it, but they would sit in it with their bent legs, cross their arms, and because there's nothing really in the king's chamber except for that sarcophagus, except for the how the chamber is built. But there was a long line of people trying to climb in to this place to chant. And so everybody had 3 to 5 minutes of chanting, and then they had to get the hell out of it for the next person, and then go back down the stairs, right? Not looking at really the architecture, how the structure, how it was built, but for them to get their 3-4 minutes of chanting there, like as if they were a king. I got it. Many people today still do that. Many people today want access to what the ancient Egyptians created as sacred spaces, just to get some spiritual connection. Some people even hear voices of the ancestors that talk only to them and not everybody else. Only they can hear it because they're so pious. But I'm moving off the point. It's uncomfortable to me, because these are the same people in our community that will go back and use these words, spirituality, as if it really connects you back to ancient Kemet. Am I making some people mad? Are you mad at me? The Black Kemetic fathers, let me read the chat. Are you mad at me? Are you upset with me? Am I a heretic? Am I supposed to be part of a gang? I've been again to the Nile Valley in 1987. I went to West Africa in 86. I went with scholars, right? I went with some of the best of scholars, of our army of scholars. Many of the Kemetic practitioners were not on that trip. Many of them didn't even come into the culture yet. I'm talking about some of the the Kemetic church fathers or temple fathers or shrine fathers themselves. They weren't on that trip. And in the organization that took us, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization, they were there to be present, but they were beginning to have their own mindset as to interpret the information that the scholars was giving us. That's Dr. Richetti, for example, right? That's Dr. Jacob Carruthers. That's Dr. Joseph Ben Jokanan. And so they would come to the meetings, and then they would lure people off into their ideas. Come to our class. So some of them created classes outside of the structure of ASCAC, which was study groups, which I was the first vice president. I wasn't the first vice president of ASCAC Eastern Region, but I was the second. I was in charge of roughly about 20 study groups, largely about maybe 600 to 700 people. I was. And every Saturday or when, depending on each group, when they could meet, they met once a week, 4 times a month. They took notes and we studied books. And I was in charge of that. And I can say that many of the so-called people that you see today, they were not a part of that, right? They were not part of the study, but they had their own classes. If one is going to speak honestly, then the Black community does have Kemetic fathers, but they're modern founders and system builders, not ancient priests linked in a continuous line. Figures such as Dr. Muta Ashby, right, who has translated Purnam Haru, who runs a fairly large Kemetic group over the years. He says that what he practices is a religion. Raul Nefer Amen of Osiris Set, great thinker connected to the Rosicrucian movement, adopted ancient Egyptian iconography. He has written, I think, 2 or 3 books on them called the sa.neter. None of them have the sa.neter in it, but he is a great charismatic thinker, right? And I have some respect for him because what they largely do is internal, and if you see it in its internal, it's very beautiful. It's very convincing. Dr. Malachi York created the Nuwabian movement and had a school of thought that dealt with ancient Egypt, but he had a school of thought with other cultures. And but we do know that he built a place called Tamaray, very beautiful. His students studied things very well, but Malachi York was the direct. Malachi York had connections to the Sudan, the Sudanic Islamic culture. Dr. Malachi York's students, all very, very good in the way that they articulate some of the material. And it varies from student to student as to how much sa.neter they know or how much of the text they actually use, but none of it If Dr. Malachi York has biological connections to the Sudan, then that's fine. That's African. Uh, but mostly it seems to be Islamic. And so I will leave that there. But he is a kind of beacon for some of the Kemetic thinking. Then there is Baba Harus Samaj Se Patah, right? Who we know him from the Shrine of Patah, and we know him having a kind of a large following throughout the many years. He is now an ancestor. And Jabari Asase comes from that particular line, right? All of them, or what I call the authoritative Kemetic church fathers, temple fathers. They are the ultimate interpretation, the last stop of interpretation of Nile Valley in the Kemetic tradition. Others like Ifedishi Jehudimas, again, and others like him, they come from a line of connected to academics. So you will see Ifedishi Jehudimas with Dr. Rikedi Amen. You will see him with ASCAC, the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilization. You will see him with academics. He teaches the Medu Neter. His Medu Neter is good. It's never. It's great, right? So he could, his ability to read literally what it says is better than most. Dr. Muta Ashby's sa.neter system presents ancient Egyptian religion as a complete African mystical path with yogic practice, initiatory stages, and a broad theological system. Raoul Nefer's Amen's Medu Neter corpus presents a Kemetic system of spiritual cultivation in which deities become parts of a psycho-spiritual map for modern life. Malachi York I would say complicates the picture a little bit. How can I say? Because it's surrounding his personal life, but sometimes his personal life should be separate than what he actually taught. But he taught a concept of many nations, and that included a mixture of Islamic thought, Christianity thought, Mesopotamian thought, alien thought, Moorish identity, and Black separatism. So it's not largely Kemetic. Let me see what the chat is saying. Okay. The uncomfortable truth, but is the truth, is that many Kemetics are not learning ancient Egyptian religion directly from the tombs, temples, and papyri. They're not. They're learning it from late 20th century Black interpreters who already systemized it for them. This is not a return to the ancestors. It is a reliance on modern Kemetic church fathers while pretending not to have any. Anybody mad at me? Y'all mad? Y'all mad? You know how I know this? Is because if I search for writing for all the years that they've been doing it, you don't see too much except for Muta Ashby and Raoul Nefer. So the Kemetic camps, or they are similar to One West and UICC. Um, uh, they have camps. What we want to know to be convinced is the writing. So I could check every damn sentence, right, for plausibility. So when you use the word spirituality, I need an explanation on how you're using it. Not that you goddamn use it, but what do you mean by it? When you say forces and energies, I want to know exactly what the hell you mean by it in the Kemetic text. I don't need you to have my mind wander or push me down because I'm not agreeing with you. I need you to freaking convince me, and most of you can't convince me that the text says any different than what it actually says. I don't care how many unks you weigh, how much incense you burn. I don't care how pretty the women is. I don't care about none of that. I care about your intellectual abilities to show that and interpret the text for what it says. All of these are, in my opinion, interpretation schools. The problem is that they don't stand up to critical analysis and avoid academia, and especially Black academics who want to simply explain the theology and history as a study. They want to incorporate the information in some type of structure-led church, temple, shrine, led by a hierarchy of Kemetic, charismatic teachers. Am I wrong? Now, some of you are thinking, wow, Reggie, like you did on Kemetic on Trial. Wow, Reggie, you're helping the Hebrews and you're helping the Christians and you're helping the Hebrew Israelites against Kemet. I'm not going to let anybody guilt me into saying and pointing out that something is very wrong. Most of you, unfortunately, can't even be Kemetic because you can't afford it because it's very expensive. The dues, keeping up the temples and shrines, the closing, and the cost of the Ankh, and um, the many events that you have to go to, and uh, the study or the indoctrination. Many of you can't be Kemetics. A few of you can, but you're going to have to spend years in it, and then a lot of people leave in frustration. Right? You can't afford it. Y'all mad at me, right? Y'all mad at me, but then when there is cult leaders in our community, everybody says, well, I thought about it, I saw it, but I did not act. I'm not you. I am acting. I am acting because my teachers taught me something differently, to approach it academically. Have your own beliefs, but don't put your beliefs on it. Incorporate it into your beliefs, right? But don't follow anybody, right? Because if it's spirituality as they claim, you don't need to follow anybody. But they say, oh, but you need a spiritual guide. Well, which one of these spiritual guides have a great life that you want to put up in front of the podium for us? No, they eat, they pee, they defecate, they're very, very human. But you're supposed to excuse their humanness. They cheat, they have affairs, they do all of this. I'm talking about not all of the Kemetic people who are leaders, But man, temptation must be hard when you're the head of the flock and all of these women are coming after you, and to keep your uh, uh, I just happen to know a lot of these people in a funny, personal type of way. They're very human, right? They don't deserve uh, some of the things that they, not the money, except for if the money comes from elsewhere, but it's cultish. Some of the unacceptable tribute to them when they're not even performing because they dress well, because they look well. So it reminds me of a preacher in a church, right? A Daddy Grace, right? Or any of those great preachers in the South, right? Who seem pious at front, but every chance they get there with somebody else's wife or outside of their relationship. Now, I'm not saying all of the church fathers, or I'm not saying any directly of the church fathers, but to me, to me, and it varies, that's something that they have to fix because I'm putting the criticism on it, right? Is no different than what's happening in the Christian church, not happening anything different than it's happening in the Hebrew temple or Black Hebrew temple, a Islamic center, right? Um, there's nothing spiritual about what's really going on. But if you really want to believe it, you believe it. The uncomfortable truth. Let me see what I made mad. No, Baba Infadishi, he's not included. He's not included as a church, a Kemetic church father, right? He's not included. Baba Heru, sorry, wait, I'm saying Infadishi. Baba Infadishi, if you know him and you or somebody of good hierarchical character, Infadishi will tell you what he feels, right? He will sit down there. I mean, there's very few people like him. He's very open as a teacher, right? And he will sit down and tell you what is going on. Now, the uncomfortable truth is that the practitioner, or watch it. Wait, watch this. Now, um, now, here's a big problem. I'm going to go back to the European. Let me see if I can go back to the European because I want to get to a openly gay Kemetic priest. I want to get to him, but let me just do this first. Do y'all want me to deal with the openly gay Kemetic priest and what he teaches? Or can I continue with the European church? What do y'all want? What do y'all want? Because remember, I said that this is, Brother La said, here we go. I'm going to go back to the Western groups, and then I'm going to talk about a openly gay Black Kemetic priest. That is one of their problems because, see, he teaches what they teach. He teaches exactly what they teach, except for his particular affection for men. But he teaches all of their spiritual, all of the things that they do in the Kemetic shrines. He teaches the same damn thing, comes up with the same interpretation, Oh, he's a good one. But I'm going to do that later. But they have no answer for this because it's open to interpretations. And their interpretations are the same. But no, let me stay on the Western Kemetic schools versus the Black Kemetic organizations, and I'm going to compare them. And then I'm going to come back. Let me get something to drink. I know this Kemetic openly gay priest, I know that is juicy. Pause, pause, pause. But he has the same interpretations as they do, for the most part, because there's different camps in this Kemetic thing. And that is their problem. So that's why I feel very, very comfortable teaching what they practice without some kind of temple shrine. I'm not asking you to change your life to follow. I'm asking you to follow the facts and the information. Give me a second. Um, Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. How's everybody doing so far? Are y'all all bored? How y'all doing? I just need to check. Let me just put this on for a second. I'll be right back. Okay, great. I'm back. Let me see what y'all saying. I want to ask you a question. Is anything beyond critique? Press one is what they do is beyond critique, beyond analysis. Press one. If these same groups of people are going to critique other groups of people or marginalized people, are they beyond critique? Now, the problem is some people don't do it as well as they could. I happen to know them or about them. So I'm going to do it very well. Because I don't agree that they are interpreting Nile Valley culture as far as the African ancestors believed and lived, they are interpreting what they want. They're like Marcion, Justin Martyr, Polycarp, right? They become not only sages, but like in the same of the like the Nicene Creed, when you don't believe, they canonize things, and when you don't believe, they push you out. They try to minimize you, minimize you when they marginalize you. They have little sly comments. Oh, I'm done with the sly comments. I'm done with it. Right? You're not going to make sly comments about my profession, how hard it was for me to get a goddamn degree, minimize my whole, how can I say, my career, right, into some old computer scientist. Well, I got a degree when it was hard to get a degree, and I got the Department's Award in Black Studies, and I worked. My first job was working for a Black institution, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, for the purposes of using my talents of databases, of and early computer skills to teach scholars. And you're going to come around and you're going to tell me that I got an old computer science degree that nobody will hire me. When you do something like that, even in your anger about me, you're going to cross the line. You can't ask me to be your friend. You can't ask me to be your friend after you do that. Right? You could barely apologize for doing that. It's unprofessional, it's disrespectful, right? Especially when I got my degree when you were in high school or junior high school, right? At a time period where there were very few Black people getting degrees in technology in that field, as hard as it was, and you get to say that to bolster yourself? Nah, you don't get to say that. There's no ma'at in that. There's a whole lot of ishfet in that, right? But that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing this because I do have a debate, and there's a lot of information around the debate. And one of the things about it is a 40-something-year-old tradition is not the ancient African tradition, and don't let nobody fool you that. Don't let nobody fool you. Especially when they minimize the real experts in the field that happen to be Black. Now, sa.neter's gonna pop in and say, Brother Reggie, you doing too much. You know, you helping the Hebrews and your Christians and the Hebrew Israelites, and no, I'm not helping them. I'm helping my people who are stuck in religion. All of them. So that they can not only look at this, but look at themselves. I'm a 61-year-old grown-ass man, right? Y'all might think I'm a child or younger. I am not, right? Y'all might think that some people equivalent to me, they could never be. It's a fact, right? I'm not trying to be charismatic. I'm trying to show that there can be a debate on these topics. We have to be professional, but we can stick to the point and not hide it. So I'm not going to hide it. So let me get to this point that I want to show on Western scholarship. Let's see if I can put this back on. If it pops up. I'm having some difficulty with removing this banner. Yeah. How do you remove it? Oh, there it goes. Western Kemetic schools, and stay tuned because I am going to show you a Kemetic priest who believes in what the Commissions believe in. He just happens to be bisexual or gay, openly gay, bisexual. He believes in the wrong things that they teach. uh, so, but first, I'm gonna do a comparison between the Western Kemetic schools versus the Kemetic organizations. Yeah, before I do that, let me just check something. I do want to check something. Give me 1 second. Okay. I want to thank Byron. I want to thank Tyrone West. I want to thank Sister Cassandra Ward. Um, so I have 1, 2, 3 Cash Apps. Oh, let me put my Cash App back in. Cassandra, thank you so much. I'm gonna put my Cash App. Only got 3 Cash Apps, right? 3. Y'all must really hate Brother Reggie. Y'all must really hate me, but I can't tell you the truth. That's the thing. I can't tell you the truth because you have your favorites, right? But you don't want to hear the truth. Y'all don't want to hear the truth. Y'all are picking and choosing, but y'all are destroying African culture at the same time. You're letting other people reinterpret the culture that built the great civilization of Egypt for modern people who really haven't built anything. No wonders of the world, no magic, no great, nothing. They have built structures, but those structures benefit them inside. They're not our freedom fighters. They're not on the front line of litigation. They are in a particular other type of class, right? Similar to other groups. But you'll accept that. There's nothing special about them. And I can't even really see, like my debate with Jabari is really about Ma'at and Eastfed. Because the minute that you say that these people did not believe literally what they believed in, and it's written on thousands of artifacts, because you have an interpretation, that's Eastfed, right? That's confusing. To say that when Ra rises in the east and he sets in the west, that Ra is not an agent, a divine agent, that he's not an entity, that he's just a force and a power? Well, why doesn't it say the power of, right? Why doesn't it say the energy of? No, you want it to be what you want it to be because you're really still Christians and you really still believe that African culture is pagan. I had a conversation earlier where somebody says, oh, I just can't believe that they were literal beings. I don't care what you believe. I care about the integrity of what the Africans wrote that they believed. Don't bring in your modern self in a conversation about ancient African literature. They believed in animism. They believed in totems. They believed in ancestor worship. They believed in things other than, they believed in multiple entities, if you want gods and deities, right? They believed in nature. They believed in existence. Don't ever bring in your own personal BS when you're talking about African culture when it's actually written word for word. All I need you to do is read what it says. If you can't read what it says, read the translation of what it says. And I will tell you that most scholars agree with Brother Reggie, and not with this spiritual spooky stuff of energy and forces that they are using to sell, so that the amulets that they sell, it's invested with spiritual energy. The clothing, the ankhs that they wear, well, that all that shit didn't save us on a goddamn slave ship, right? But what it did was give us a sense of survival, because we believe in entities. We believe in life after life. That's what it gave. And we believe in what our ancestors taught us, right? But this new Kemeticism comes after Christianity, using some of the structures of Christianity and using some of the structures of the Westerns. Western Kemetic school versus Black Kemetic organizations. Modern Kemetic religion does not emerge in a vacuum or a single community. On one side stands Western Kemetic schools. I want to tell you that there's Western Kemetic schools. Self-conscious, neo-pagan, and occult reconstructions of ancient Egyptian religion developed in a Euro-American context in the 1970s onward, often with Wiccan and ceremonial backgrounds and drawing heavily on Egyptology. On the other side stand Black Kemetic organizations, conscious community formations that use Kemet as a vehicle for Black identity, African origin narratives, and anti-Christian polemic. Both claim the language of Kemet. Both build shrines, rituals, and theological systems. The critical point is this: where the structures are similar, Western schools were there first, and Black Kemetics largely imported those structures they claim superior, authoring authority by insisting the Egyptians were Black. So largely the difference between the Western Kemetic schools and the Black Kemetic schools is skin color and who they were. The Western groups, for the most part, they don't care. They care about the symbols. The African groups care about the symbols and interpretations and the color of the skin. The Western ones, these shrines, temples, they came first because they had access to ancient Egyptian primaries long before we did. And some of the structures that they have, we either copied them from, they copied it from those groups, or they reinvented Christianity. So now they're priests, ancient Egyptian priests. That shit is funny to me. They're clergy. That shit is even more hilarious to me. They have flocks. That is bananas to me. Right? They have shrines without any netures in them. That is bozo to me. Right? They have temples well, at least the Western ones do. We don't have any temples per se. We call them temples. We have temple discipline, but I'm talking about the Kemetics, where they don't put an emphasis on the meta-nature. So, you still mad at me? We'll get more mad. Emergence and character of Western Kemetic schools. In Western neo-paganism, Kemetism is often defined as reconstructionist form of ancient paganism. Reference articles and internal practitioner materials describe it as Egyptian neo-paganism. That's what they call it. Kemetic reconstructionism, or revival of ancient Egyptian religion emerging in the 70s and 80s. I could go to my sources if I have to later. Reconstructionist identity sites explicitly say they aim to recreate the ancient Egyptian religion while applying modern adaptations, laying out sacred tenets like Ma'at, Neter, Aku, veneration, and community life in a structured framework. So do the Black African, our community, do the same. Neo-paganism infrastructure. They organize temples, priesthoods, ritual calendars, and online communities very much like Wiccan covens or other neo-pagan groups. Kemetic orthodoxy, for example, is explicitly described in sociology of religion literature as a religion of late modernity with liturgy drawn from Egyptological sources, translated into English and Kemetic, and performed by let me see, and performed, right? Um, uh, in both in-person and online ritual rites. So we're doing online ritual rites too. You could just reach out and touch. It's like church online, Bible Sunday online, right? And when they hold out their hands and they do that little Kemetic pose, right? You're supposed to feel the energy to the goddamn TV show. Um, that's similar to Daddy Grace and them selling napkins. You're not feeling no energy from nobody from a TV screen. I'm gonna say that again. You're not feeling no energy from a TV screen. I don't care who's behind it. But these are the Western groups, and I'm saying that the African groups, they do the same thing. Admitted modernity. Western Kemetic bloggers and teachers openly wrestle with dependence on academic Egyptology and complain about being seen as illegitimate by Egyptologists. Their complaint proposes a basic honesty. They know that they're reviving, not continuing, an ancient Egyptian religion. So they want the Egyptologists and the experts to somehow award them for what they're doing, right? Their practice. And they're not getting it in return. The African groups of people, they don't care about modern Black scholars who spent years in academic study. They're just minimize them. Oh, here's sa.neter. Here's the alarm. There it goes again. sa.neter, you can do you want to say something? Let me see. I don't know why I can't. Yeah, I don't have any controls for some reason. Okay, there it goes, right? At the stage. Sorry, you want to say something? Okay, so Sa's just popping in. So, emergence and character of Black Kemetic organizations. Black Kemetic organizations rise mainly in the urban Black conscious community in proximity to Hebrew Israelism, Moorish science, Nation of Islam, Black Christian nationalism, and other new Black religious movements. Their distinctive traits include identity and race at the center. So that's a change. Identity and race at the center. Just because they're Black, that means it's got to be more authentic and better. Kemetic spirituality is framed as a return to African origins, with Kemet explicitly read as the Black land, and ancient Egypt's asserted as Black Africans to establish racial continuity and authority. Charismatic Kemetic fathers, Muta Ashby, Raul Nefa, Malachi York, Baba Heru, and others create full systems. Their writings and diagrams function like scriptures for their followers, but largely out of academic review. Hybrid identity projects, Kemet is easily blended with, in some cases, Hebrew, Israelite, Moorish, or Nation of Islam frameworks. Egyptian iconography is deployed as a badge that says ancient African powerful, regardless of what the underlying theology is, if it is even actually ancient Egyptian. Crucially, when the structures overlap, shrines and priesthoods, natural language talk of reconstructions, liturgical adaptations of ancient tips, Black Kemetic groups are walking into an architecture that Western Kemeticists, including white practitioners, had already been using and redefining. The ritual structure, the idea of reconstruction and pantheon, the vocabulary of polytheism, henotheism, monolatry, the mixture of academic citations with modern devotional practice, these are not original Black inventions in the Kemetic thought. They're imported from Western neo-pagan Kemeticism. I'm talking about the structures.
Hey, Brother Reggie.
Yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting you. I'm going to leave after I make this statement.
Yes.
You got to let your brother know. I know he hear me. Harwin, listen to me good, brother. You are a baby. You are a baby duck. There's nobody running from you. Everybody say the same thing. You think Jabari just went through this? Everybody say the same thing until they get in the ring, and then they look stupid because they all say they can beat Jabari. And I'm not talking about Reggie. Reggie is definitely qualified. But Harwin, there's nobody running from you. There's nobody ducking you. And I'm talking about Jabari. He got bigger fish on his mind right now. Reggie is a bigger fish, brother. So he's not even thinking about you right now. So what I'm gonna tell you is, if you want to keep this good relationship going, stop saying that, bro. Just be patient. He'll get around to you. You know why? Because I'm gonna make sure he take care of you. I'm gonna make sure he deal with you. So what I'm asking you to do, my brother, sit down, relax, and we're gonna get to you. Right now, we got bigger problems with Reggie. He got problems right now. Come on, bro. You're a baby to him and Reggie. So he's not even thinking about you right now.
Right. Well,
just stop it, man. Go ahead, Reggie. I'm sorry, brother.
No, sir. And
let me pop in to tell Harwin, just relax. He's going to deal with you, Harwin. Trust me.
Man, all right, put his Cash App in the chat, man.
No, don't put my Cash App there. Just go ahead and do what you do. You working tonight.
Yeah. Thank you so much for allowing me to work. But we are definitely gonna get in it. So Harwin, I don't know what you did to Brother sa.neter, man. Bro. You know, when sa.neter comes in and mentions your name, man, huh? Let me just see what's going on with this. I am having some difficulty, y'all. Let's see. Okay. I'm trying to put my picture in, but my picture's not coming in, so let me just clear this out. What's Harwin?
Nah, Harwin ain't do nothing to me. That's my brother. I
know, but you
going crazy
on your radar, no
huh? He's just wilding out for no reason. Jabari gonna get to you, bro. Just be patient. Peace, Reggie.
All right, Sa. Thank you. Let me say this. Let me get this back on. All right. So before I continue, I do have a PayPal. So here's my PayPal. And I see my PayPal is this, my PayPal. And I think my brother Patashika saw pop there. And he is not in those Kemetic groups. Right? He is if you look at the Tomb Room and the work that he's done, he's not just talking, right? Uh, Shout out to my brother Patasi Gasol. So let's get back to these black Kemetic practitioners, as they are called themselves. Okay, so what makes them better, though, if you look at their structures overlap, their priesthood, their nature language, their talk of reconstruction, their liturgical adaptations of ancient texts, they're walking into an architecture that is already Western Kemetist, including white practitioners, have already been using and refining. The ritual structure, the idea of reconstructing a pantheon, the vocabulary of polytheism, henotheism, monolatry, the mixture of academic citations with modern devotional practice, these are not original black inventions. I hate to tell y'all that. They're imported from Western neo-pagan Kemetism that was already out here. The only thing that's often added is that it's ours and it's the racial card. Because the ancient Egyptians were black, African, the black practitioners is said to have more of a right to the tradition than they do. That claim about African ethnicity can be argued on its own terms, but it does not change the fact that the basic modern Kemetic religious structures that they're using is Western neo-pagan creation that they encountered late, and often through white or mixed-led spaces which black members participated. Oh, you think I'm untruthful? Okay, so Raul Nefer, again, is a great mind, but he is definitely a Rosicrucian initiate, as far as I understand. And that is not Black Lenin. These structures, right? And then the other things, there's a lot of other stuff. I don't want to get into it because people think I'm going to be so personal to it, right? It was already created structures. What we did is they adapted, not we, they adapted what they were doing into those structures and made it black. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's right. It does mean that it's us trying to survive, but that's not what's really happening because there's a spiritual component, there's a hierarchy in it, there is a teaching that smells like fish to me. The authority claim flipped on its head. This yields a sharp factual argument. Western Kemetic schools and reconstructionist sites are on record. First, I've already said that, so I don't want to go into that. But I did try to compare, put in a search on Western Kemetic schools versus Euro-American. Historical origin, Western explicitly framed as neo-pagan. Black's African side emerged later inside Black nationalist, urban conscious community, current borrowing Kemetic language already developed in the Western circles. Who built the modern structures? Western neo-pagans, including some Black members, designed the core modern structure, temples, priesthood, nature theology. For our side, our people's side, Black Kemetic leaders stepped into that existing framework. Already said that. Founders on the European side is the Norsut Bidi Tamara El Sude with Kemetic Orthodox that's really well publicized and really well known pretty early. Our side relies on many of those structures and duplicate it, right? So I can go on, but I really, they operate mostly through websites, blogs, small temples, and online rituals, relatively invisible in street debate. Our community, they're highly visible on YouTube, etc., like that. So much so that people in universities start calling people who practice the faith or associate the faith as hotepers and things like that. Now, okay. I'll get to the missing meta nature, but I want to go and deal with our brother, the openly gay Kemetic practitioner. You better get your popcorn. Press 1 if you know about him. Press 1 if you know about our good brother King Ra Suma Ba Ifagmi. Ifagmi. His name is Ifagmi. Do you know about him? Press 1 if you know about our priest, practitioner. King Hercules knows about him. Omar Ashley knows about him, right? His name is King Ra Suma Ba Ifagmi. Ifagmi. Interesting. Sounds very coded. La, you still on deck? Let me go and find him. Stop sharing my screen for a second. Now, yeah, interesting. I know sa.neter is going to be like, Reggie, you're helping the Hebrews. I'm not helping the Hebrews. I'm doing inside house cleaning. Can I do inside house cleaning, right? Or the inside house cleaning has to be behind closed doors. It has behind closed doors. What's going on with this? This is, I think that there is something wrong. Okay. Give me a second. I got to figure this out. This is under banners. Yeah. So I'm doing inside house cleaning. I'm making it plain, right? So let me go and get our brother. He's a Kemetic practitioner. Share screen. Share screen. What is this? Okay, so we try to remove this banner again. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let me see the comments. Okay, let me move my face out. So let me just give you his website. And so let's just go through his YouTube page. This is he teaches Kemetic information. He's a priest. He does initiations. Right? Except for his sexuality, he does what a lot of Kemetics do. Right? Here, creating a mod rulership. I'm not going to play it, just going to scroll through it. Going to scroll through it. It creates a Ma'at rulership. There's our brother. He does creating a Ma'atocracy rulership where holistic morals run. So he does the holistic thing. Okay, there it goes. The question is, does he teach academic Nile Valley culture, or does he teach shrine stuff? He teaches shrine stuff. There he goes. Oh, let me blow him up. Right, there he goes. And I'm gonna read. I'm gonna show at least one thing that he says. He does the Pert Imheru. Right. To me, he's no different except for his uh, particular sexual bias. He does what the Kemetics do. Here he is. He's going to do the Purdim Heru, 10-day initiations into the Book of the Dead, right? He's going to do tonality in ancient Egyptian. What else does he do? He does Sphinx chakra, words of power. The Black Kemetics do yoga and chakra, right? Let me see what else he does. Okay, so let's go and see if I can pull this up.
And so we're going to go through each of these.
Okay, so can you hear? Can everybody hear? Press 1 if you can hear, right? So he's going to go
lines one by one and tell you what it means. So I'm speaking the way it's written, not the way it's actually pronounced. I have another.
Can you? Okay, great. So let's start it again. So let me see if I can blow this up. All right. So we're gonna look at his explanations. So I am not knocking his sexuality. I'm not knocking anything. I'm just comparing his work, and I'm saying his work is very similar to what the Kemetics do, right? So let me just start over here. So let's listen to his lesson. It's short. Why is it not blowing up? Let me see. See if I can blow this up a little bit. Okay.
Ancient.
Okay. So let me, yeah.
And so we're going to go through each of these lines one by one and tell you what it means. So I'm speaking the way it's written, not the way it's actually pronounced. I have another video, I think one before this one I released about a month ago, outlining how to actually pronounce Rinkam. And we're working that project through to give to the world. But let's go with this one now. So adoration of Ra, this means I adore my astrology chart. Ra is the sun, the energy of the sun. So it means I reach out and touch the stars of my astrology sun chart. When it rises in the eastern horizon of heaven, this means to the students, which I speak to all the metaphysical students of the world, this chapter is saying your astrology chart is something which is sacred. And so we're going to go through each of these lines one by one and tell you what it means. So I'm speaking the way it's written, not the way it's actually pronounced. I have another video, I think one before this.
Okay, so
about a month ago.
Let me just stop here.
Outlining how to actually.
So what he did is he does what the Kemetics does. When he sees Ra is the energy, right? Just play it again. Ra is the energy, and in this case, it's your astrology chart. That's what Kemetics do, right? Ra is not a being. They instantly change it to energy and forces and how the energy and forces work in the universe. He's doing the same thing, right? Okay, so he can't just take it for what it says. Okay, let's go.
To pronounce Rinkam, and we're working that project through to give to the world. But let's go with this one now. So adoration of Ra, this means I adore my astrology chart. Ra is the sun, the energy of the sun.
The energy of the sun. People in academia don't say energy of the sun, right? They don't say that. That's what Kemetics do. Let's go find another lesson of his, right? Adoration, that's correct. But now he puts in these strange forces and energy. So now let me just see if I can find another video, right? So someone asked, is he wrong though? That is his personal interpretation, but that's not the standard interpretation. And he's doing what the black Kemetics do, right? Uh, it's their interpretations and it's closed. That's why I'm having the debate with the sa.neter Tepi, right? On whether it's literal or not, right? Because that's what they do, right? At least he's showing the glyphs. Okay, so let me go and find. So they do astrology, right? They do astrology. Um, they do. Let's just see what else. Okay, so now he's gonna do nature. So let's listen.
Link out. Back here. We're going to go with this entry here, this final version of it. I will expand the screen. Okay. This one here. It has 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, sorry. Let me see if I can put on a banner, right? sa.neter's banners. Which banner? Shout out, copyright disclaimer, show. Great. Okay, great. Here we go. All right. So now he's going to define what a nature is.
5, and these 3 count as 1. 6 basic glyphs, and the rule of understanding how Kamau wrote scientific manuals embedded in language is by understanding that each letter may represent not only a sound, but a concept. So each letter is like a word, a conceptual word inside of a word. So we're going to break down these 6 basic glyphs of the word God, neter or necher, where the word nature comes from. You can hear it, nature, necher. And we're going to unpack technically.
So he's got the rolling R's, he got all that, right? Just can't say neta. He's got to dance around it. Kemetics do that. There's no, we've never heard the language, so why are we trying to completely pronounce it? Let's just go back to his lesson in the beginning. Let's just see this. This is what the Kemetics do. You got to do extra for no reason whatsoever, right? And it'd be wrong. So here
we're going to go with this entry here, this final version of it. I will expand the screen. Okay. This one here. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these 3 count as 1. 6 basic glyphs. And the rule of understanding how the Kamau wrote scientific manuals embedded in language is by understanding that each letter may represent not only a sound, but a concept. So each letter is like a word, a conceptual word inside of a word. So we're going to break down these 6 basic glyphs of the word God, neter or necher, where the word nature comes from. You can hear it, nature, necher. And we're going to unpack technically what actually is God.
So nature is nature, right? Interpretation, talking about God as nature. Okay, let's go.
From the Kamau perspective. So let's begin with these letters one by one. This is a flag or an X. It can...
Only difference is that they're Kamal, they're not Kemetiyu or Kimwet, right? Or Ramesh, they're Kamal, so it's like a guy, right? Okay, so let's go.
Mean both. Okay, so we can say that this first glyph, this flag idea, means the one who flags something. They mark something.
So the nature is one who flags something, highly subjective interpretation.
Something, they signify something. So the one who flags these other concepts. This wavy line is letter N, and it has several concepts that link to it, like uh, sound wave, wave of water, thought wave, to create, to weave, has all these concepts: a thought wave, a sound wave, a water wave, to create, to weave. Okay, so we have the one who flags how thought wave.
Uh, no different than what the commissions do in our community, right? Can't hate on him. He's doing the same thing. Highly subjective interpretation.
Sonically create and weave. Okay, and then this shows a tether rope with two loops bound by a two little holes here, bound by a looping rope. It's the sound che or je, but more che. And this deals with the structuring of mass.
Oh, so now he throws in mass. So, I have my brother Patasika Asar on, right, listening in the chat. Uh, you know, they do temple discipline, right? You will never hear one, uh, how can I say, a scholar of the field talk like this, an academic, but then you will also never hear uh, people who've studied this stuff for years explain to the public this way. But he's a Kemetic church father. I call him, I didn't put him on the list, but he's a Kemetic church father. Highly interpretive, charismatic people that go and influence your mind. If you listen to it, if it's said enough, you'll pick it up enough. There's no difference between what these Kemetic shrines are doing than what he is doing. He's basically got Budge's book, and he's going through Budge's book, and he's making stuff up. You're gonna never hear no Smash Rockwell, right? People in our community, even brothers like Ujawu, right? Anybody who's learned Medu Neter, you're never gonna have them teach a class like this. Highly interpretive, personal to them own selves, and to trying to say something slick, right? Or trying to convince you, right, with false information. Uh, let's see if I can find. So let me go and find something else that he does. Um, right. Uh, the Amduat. Let's see what he's doing. The Dream Stellar. See what he's doing there 5 months ago. See what he's doing.
This conference will now be recorded.
Hold up, everyone. Welcome to our third hour. The third hour.
Okay.
Called the water of the one unique Lord, which is Osar, which brings forth food or nourishment. Okay. So the text in the card camp book is here. And you see here, if we scroll up, the title is here, Water of the Unique.
Okay, so I don't have him. I don't have a problem with him reading from translations to the text. I do have a problem of him projecting himself, right? So what? In this particular case, that's just who he is. In the shrines, in these shrines that we have, well, they, how can I say, they project themselves the way that they want. They still project themselves as if they were Nile Valley Africans. They wear the same jewelry. It's just that he is who he is, right? But the Kemetic shrines, they do the same thing. They project themselves first, and then the text. Right? That's what they do. Here, I know this text, and so he's going to read it. Might have some minor interpretations. Here, these are problems. Jupiter and Cancer exalted, a master class. That's what the commissions do. They may not talk about Jupiter and stuff, but they interpret stuff.
Or when I say planet, what I mean is not so much, and this might be a bit surprising, not so much the physical planet in the sky, although that has great power, has great magic. Great
magic.
Hashem.
Magic.
Great.
Right? There you go. This Kemetic interpretation. He no different. He's a Kemetic church father. He no different than the rest of them. Right? Okay.
Chi, okay? What I'm really wanting to target is the energy configuration symbolized, metaphorized by Hiru Absheta. Okay? So in other words, this planet is a symbol for a certain energy configuration, which happens to be what we call warm and wet.
I'm sure it's warm and wet. This is like men on films. But what's the difference between this and the commissions? What is the difference between that? They can say anything, jump from any place, right? That's my problem with them. Right? I see him no different, no better, no worse than any other commission, except for they don't want to show you him. I will show you him because I will say he's just like them. Press 1 if from what you heard so far, he's just like them. Energies. Let me press 1.
Hiru Absheta, so-called Jupiter, represents anything that stabilizes the warm, wet phase of energy. So energy goes through phases.
Energy, how the energy works in the universe. Press 1 if he sounds just like they do, of what you heard.
It's either hot, cold, dry, or moist. Hot means raises the energy, cold means lowers the energy. Dry means breaks connections, wet or moist means makes connections. If you remember those 4 correlates, hot means raise the energy, cold means lower the energy. Dry means break the connection.
All right. So the last thing that I remember about the daggone text is that you have Kepra Ra Neb Kepra Ra, right? That's I don't hear him talking about Kepra. I don't hear him talking about Ray. I don't see him talking about Neb. He's talking about moisture. Right? This is the problem. Right? Read the text where he's in it. Read the text where they're talking about the thing that he's there. He's talking about hot and cold and the colors and all.
The need is the need for closeness, the need for caring, your need to belong.
Kepra, Neb Kepra Ra is talking about the need for closeness. See, these commissions that say anything. Now they'll be mad. No, that's not what we say. Our teachings are different. Ain't too much different, y'all. But that's who you. That's and so you know how they say hate create. What was it? Hate creates hate. The hate create produce. Well, this is the BS that BS produced. Like there's no difference between these people and your friendly neighborhood commission. Not not our brother Kamisha, right? Okay, mental health, astrology, and spirituality. Let's do this. Oh, I gotta get the music out. I don't want to get a flag. I don't know what he's liable to do. What's he talking about? Oh, he got Ma'at, right? Commissions have Ma'at, right? Does he have any less right than they do? Why don't they ever interact with him, right? And why don't the commissions that we know ever interact with the dude to have a discussion? No, they're embarrassed. They don't even want to be in a room. But here's a beautiful picture of Ma'at there. Let's see what he got to say.
The key to mental health is morality and balancing your bodies. That's that in the.
Now, in our community, press 1 if you've seen the commissions when they want to explain something, they pull up some piece of art. Press 1 if you've ever seen that BS. Come on, press 1 if you've ever seen some of our commissions. Listen, family, right? Pay attention, right? This is how they all teach.
She's the goddess of physical health, and they're linked.
Somebody's favorite
and finally,
symbol. Man, I hate it too. I sound like this sound like middle of film show. Huh? Somebody's favorite symbol.
In the end, Ma'at rules them all, the goddess of divine order, balance, harmony, and math equations. And the key unite the eye here with the those are the chakras with the physical body. Sekhmet here, the queen of the physical healing.
This is Sekhmet. This is the daughter of Ra. This is a Nubian, right? And for him, it's a plaything, right?
Again, through ethics and morality. Morality is very key to one's mental health.
No text explaining any of this, just 3 symbols, right? Non-connected, but this is Commission, not our brother Commission, but these are the Kemetics. I'm just press 1 if you understand what I'm saying. Come on, press 1 if you've seen this in the Black Kemetic community, in the way that they teach online. Their outside posture to get you to come in. Press 1. They're going to lure you in with this stuff with, how can I say, very, very, very limited knowledge, right? They're going to lure you in, right? They're not even really giving you anything to read, right? But they're going to present themselves in a way in which to and try to explain with their charisma, right? So let me just let me see if there's anything else that I want to see. Hey man, I see you out there, brother Harwin. Man, I don't know what is going on, man. What is going on? I mean, sa.neter got to get on the front screen and let us know that you must be on somebody's neck, man. Wow. Or somebody that made you upset. So big news: the sun crosses the supergalactic equator. Woo, ooh, ooh, feelings. Learn how to follow your charged feelings. My goodness.
This conference will now be recorded.
everyone. I want to go today into a brief study of feelings. If you say, I feel hungry, I feel thirsty, I feel tired, what's actually happening? Well, the feeling of thirst is a check engine light telling you.
This is Kemetic 101. Using images and talking ish. And you can't counter it. The text fades, so it's teacher first, text second, right? So now he's discussing feelings with a huntress, right? With a sister that's obviously doing some wob, right? And Amin is around, and they're talking about feelings. This is Comedics 101, right? They appeal to your feelings, right? Appeal to your sensibilities. What we're trying to do is just try to read the text, right? Oh, he's a foundational. Oh, he's a foundational Black American too. Hey Tariq, hey Tariq. He's not only a Kemetic, he's DAG, foundational Black American, royal astrologer priest. He's a FBA, y'all. See, this is where everything goes bananas, right? Cyrus Calendar, what's going on with the Cyrus Calendar tour?
This conference will now be recorded.
Going to make him sick.
Oh, everyone, welcome back to part 2 of our tour of our new
I know Patasika saw is tight. He's doing a calendar. Okay.
This kind of beautiful sun disk starry implication here. This is the month of Sobek, the crocodile man.
Crocodile.
This month deals a lot with fertility and virility and energy. You'll see this beautiful image of Our Lady Serkit, the score woman, who does a lot with breaking through your barriers, breaking through any.
Oh, he's doing full set of like.
For the Reese calendar formula for creating leap years. As a result of us embracing this calendar, that we have found it to be extremely very regular. And what I want to mention here is here's some of the equations we use to calculate our leap year functions and how we've improved through using this math.
Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with the overlaying of his thinking. Just get to the text, get to the scholarship. But this is typical Kemetic 101. I don't have to say it again. Press 1 if this is what you see in the conscious community when they explain how they explain. Right? So I'm not okay, so I think I've finished with the brother. I think I finished with the brother. Because see, to me, this is no different than what the Kemetics teach. And if there is a difference, oh, they got one on bisexuality and its beautiful spiritual path. So the only difference between the regular Kemetics and him is that he's just bisexual or gay, right? But he's teaching the same thing, throat chakras, right? I mean, Dr. Inky was telling them to their face about yoga and the chakras and all that, asking them, do they believe it, right? They have no basis in Nile Valley culture. Right on January 6th, a Black astrologer's historical view, decoding Ra's Book of Gates. He might have read something as an overlay. This is Kemetic 101. Nefertiti, gaze must be doubly beautiful. Amin Rahim text decoded. If y'all Kemetics have a problem with this Kemetic priest, right? And he says it what I want: Kemetic astrology and metaphysical for all, Ra Suma Ba, and I think it's Ig Me or something like that, right? If y'all have a problem, and he's FBA, y'all, he rocking the flag. There he go. Y'all have a problem. That's your internal problem. Y'all deal with it. But now we know about it, right? Y'all, how can I say? Y'all, to me, there's no difference in the teachings except for who this particular person is. And I'm not knocking him. I'm what I'm doing is saying that the Kemetic practitioners all do the same thing. So let me go back to my screen and do some comparison and share, and then I will wrap this up. Um, yeah, I'll wrap this up. I'm trying to help you, warn you, ask you to compare, study, think, right? Uh, that's all the things I'm asking to do. I'm not trying to burn down a house. Uh, I'm not trying to burn down a house. What I'm just trying to do is say that there is a danger in interpretations. The commissions do too much. Okay, so let's go through this. Mainstream Black Kemetic teachings. Ancient Kemet, original African spirituality, often presented as recovering the religion of the ancestors without a clear chain. King Ra Suma Ba Ifag Bimi. Ifag Bimi also claims direct grounding ancient Kemetic religion, explicitly combining Kemet with Ifa and African astronomy as a revealed system for gay men. So he's also connected to the West African tradition and the Kemetic tradition. That happens in our community. Press 1 if you've seen that happen in our community, the fusing of West African and Kemet. Press 1 if you've seen that. If you know of anybody, right? If you know of anybody who fuses West African and Kemetic, press 1. Great. Modern Black Kemetic fathers, Ashby, Mucha Ashby, Raul Nefer, Amen, York, etc., build closed systems, right? They have closed internal systems. Rasuma explicitly presents himself as a Narsubidi and world's first openly gay Ifa Babalao and Kemetic high priest, creator of the Golden Beetle gay shamanism. The Golden Beetle. He's a Babalao and he's a sa.neter Tepi. He's a Kemetic high priest. He's a sa.neter Tepi. Call yourself anything these days. All right. Kemet is the black land. Emphasis that ancient Egyptians was black, making Kemetic practice a return to African identity and a corrective to white religion. He, Kemetic, is explicitly Black Egypt, Kemet. He links gay men to ancient Kemet roles like Arituo, Hapiu, and positions himself as pharaoh over the gatekeepers of Kemet. Structured practice, structured mastery systems, initiations in the Kemetic orders that we know, levels, mediations, oracles, personality charts, often with their own laws or principles, the sa.neter, the 42 laws. He has very similar, the Golden Beetle is a full initiatory religion with shaman training, star calendars, and a codified set of 88 laws to memorize while using sacred musical charts and hieroglyphic imagery. Well, in our community, you have the Kemites, how could I say, using chanting. I could show you one, but I think it'd be a fist fight. But it's online. Chanting using drums, same thing. He's not doing no different. I'm just saying his Kemetic practice is the same as their Kemetic practice. God's explained is that a rule often interpreted as forces, energies, or psychological principles. Some of that is what this debate is about. Used in oracles, personality typing, and spiritual technology. Him, the golden beetle, same pattern. The netu, or the Neteru, presented as being whole cycles like myths and powers, or studied. Shamans use the powers through chants, herbs, and star-based timing. Similar, not exactly the same, but similar. What else? Our Kemetic community, the ones that we see online. Frequent use of heka, mantras, affirmations, words of power as energetic tools. Chants often framed as activating deities or inner powers. Absolutely what we see in the Kemetic tradition here. Him, central emphasis, he teaches hika, words of power, same thing, as potent sounds with semantic meanings, but with energetic effects. The cosmos is said to be sung into being, and specific sounds are assigned to love, money, health. Same thing, different dude. Talk of energy, vibrations, universal laws, cosmic principles, sometimes mixing Kemet with chakra style or New Age metaphysics. The golden beetle mirrors this universe, creating a song, shamanism, using power of the spirit, psychology, lucid dreaming. Wonder what that is. Astral projection, herbs, and star cycles to do works of magic and change reality. Press 1 again if there's no difference between the golden beetle's Kemeticism than what we see on YouTube. Press 1. See, scholars, I mean, people who study this, they don't, we're not interested in all this extra stuff. Just what the text says. It's simple as that. It's what the text says, right? Not whether I believe it, whether you should believe it. It's simply what the text says. If it can be helpful, fine, but we don't subscribe it, right? We don't try to ritualize it. We don't try to do any of that stuff. We just try to explain it as a African education system of understanding existence, right? And to find out as much as we can about the culture and as it relates to other African cultures without the theatrics, without the dressing, the makeup, the all of that extra BS that's in the Kemetic world. Difference between an African scholar, researcher, than a practitioner. These are practitioners. Press 1 if it looks like the practitioners are the same. So let me see what else I got that I want to talk about, if anything, on this. And then I can open up the lines and get cursed out. Black Kemetic spinoffs show how loose the category really is. I showed family it's really loose. It's, if you get my drift, it's really loose. From all these claims, all these connections, right? It's really loose. And the characters that make it loose. So I don't want to have to go over there. The real scandal is the missing Medu-Neter. We obviously don't know what Neter means. We certainly don't know what Medu-Neter means, right? And that's the real scandal, because it's people over the text. And then when the text comes, it's the people interpreting the text, right? And it doesn't line up and it can't be defended in academia. We strive to have our points defended, right? What else do I have? The debates that do not happen. Another telling fact is that one does not see many so-called Kemetic scholars. They don't publicly debate their white Egyptological counterparts, nor do they really engage African scholars, academics, or thinkers on equal methodological footing. Instead, they tend to debate pastors, apologists, internet personalities, and lay opponents, targets far less likely to press them on grammar, textual criticism, philology, archaeology, or the history of the religion. That's why I'm debating the Nechetepi, because I'm going to press him, right? I'm going to press him, right, on his concepts that the neters are real, not literal, not actual. They describe how forces and energy work in the universe. I want to see some text behind that BS. I want to see some text behind that BS. I want to see that. I want to see that they're not literal, right? I want to see what scholars say, the best scholars say about it, right? I want to see what they wrote, not what they claim, not what they say, not what they talk, not what they spin with their arc. I want to see it in writing so we can all look it up. Sure, I may lose the debate because I'm a bully, as they say. I'm a bad guy, right? I'm jealous. Yeah, okay, that's fine. The fact of the matter is, we are going to debate, and what he said is incorrect. Western esotericism and Christian forms in Egyptian dress. Yeah, we found that out when there was a debate between Vince Bantu and Jabari. They seem similar there, right? So we have to question: is what we are looking at really uh, Christian, Egyptian dress, Christianity? Kemet is a symbol, not proof. There's no question that modern usage of Kemet has played an important role in placing Egypt back in Africa and resisting older narratives that severed ancient Egypt from the rest of the continent. Yes, scholars did that. Diop, Obenga, right? They did that. Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben. But the political and cultural importance does not prove religious continuity. It does not prove that modern Kemetic teachers' claims about the gods, the souls, the cosmic law, or spiritual mechanics are grounded in ancient texts. It does not prove that the late 20th century system is ancient simply because it has African symbols. So, my conclusion: modern Kemetic spirituality is best understood not as the preserved religion of ancient Kemet, but as a modern religious fiction built from fragments of ancient Egypt, modern spiritual invention, and authority of charismatic leaders. This does not mean it lacks meaning for its practitioners. It means its historical claims must be judged honestly, right? When judged by the standards Kemetic teachers often use against Christianity, textual transparency, historical continuity, accountable interpretations, willingness to defend claims in serious scholarly arenas, modern Kemeticism comes up short. It relies on founders while denying founders, on doctrines while mocking doctrines, and on interpretations that are seldom walked through in the original meta nature for public scrutiny. Stop sharing. So, family, how did I do? Did you learn something? If you learned something, if it made you think, buy me breakfast tomorrow. If I open up the lines, I just need to see what the comments are, and I'm gonna get something to drink. I'm not doing this to hurt people personally. I'm doing this to help our people understand we got to get past the uh, facades, the charisma, the concepts of this person's a Mayweather, and get to the points. I think that that's what it is. So I'm going to uh, open up the line. I've done a lot of talking. I want to listen. If you want to curse your brother out, you can for a while. Here's the link. Give me a second while you come in, and please keep your manners. Don't attack people personally. I hope that you learned. I know for some people it might be a little hurtful, but they don't want to debate. But what they want to do is just talk you into it. And you know, I've had a situation where some of the commission people came up to me and they was like very nice to me, brother Reggie. Why you doing this? This hurts all of us, and all of that stuff. And I'm like, you know, can you? No, I disagree with you. I told you I disagree with you, right? I'm not your friend, right? You're hurting our people with this stuff, right? Show us the meta nature, right? Or keep it walking. Like this whole thing about it's like they do in church. Come to our church, we can talk about. No, I'll see you all on whenever the date is. I'll see you there on the podium. You bring your unks. Bring them all. Bring your unks and your costumes, bring them all. Because if you're saying that the ancient people did not believe this, right? Believe that these believe in entities, divine agents, gods if you must, and goddesses if you must, and believe in your energy and power, I may lose because it may be more of you people in it than me, but I'm going to tell the truth and I'm going to show the truth, right? Keep your hands, eyes off of Nile Valley civilization. Just run your game, right, on Black Americans that cannot read the Medu Neter or have not or don't know the text, right? But and you just should have. That's what you should have did, right? Because if you can't read the Meta Neter, and this is not about reading the Meta Neter, but if you haven't read the text, right, and you try to spin the text, there's going to be a record, right? All this, or we interpret it this way. I'm gonna leave it to my to our brother Efag Gimme, right? I'm gonna leave it to him. You and them can interpret it, right? My work is gonna stand on the scholars. So I put in the I put it in again. I'll put in the where is it? I'll put in the StreamYard link. You're invited. I'll be right back. You I see you, brother. Loud. Second. Anybody else? Okay, Harwin. It's Harwin, my brother Harwin, brother La, Omar Muhammad. Put it in. Come on, y'all. Support your. You're invited. Come on.
Hey Reggie, can I ask a favor of you right quick, brother?
Brother, it depends.
So there's a video. It's only 3 minutes. I don't think it would be copyright infringement because it's a video by a brother that a lot of
would be. Just explain it, brother Omar. Explain it.
So just to be flat out, I don't see. The thing is, I've been around this community for a long time. The thing is I was in the background and really never spoke until recently, but I have a lot of evidence too. There's a video by a guy named Shaka Utmost. It's called "Egypt Was a Black Land." And the thing about this video is this video was debuted on Jabari's channel called The Shrine of Ma'at. It's 3 minutes if you want to play it right quick. Just 3 minutes. And then if you decide to play it.
What is it about?
If just play it, and then I just want to hear the community's
Shaka Amos,
their opinion of the video.
So what is what do you want to say?
Listen, if you put the video on,
no, but you gotta explain it. I'm not just gonna put up a video. Put it in the link. Put the link in the main page.
All you got to do, brother Reggie, like I said, just it's a 3 minute video, and then I'll mute out until you give me the grace to speak again. But it's a video. It's called Shaka Utmost. It's called "Egypt Was a Black Land." If you put that in the YouTube, just show it.
Brother Omar, you're not listening to
I'm
me.
on my phone. Help me out, Reggie. I just want to know what the community think about it.
We'll get to that. Just stay on the line.
Come on, Reggie. I was on here first.
I have an elder of mine, Patah Asar.
Elimination bracket of the D2.
I'll wait. I can respect that, Reggie. Still lucky. I'll wait.
Wait.
I'll wait.
We're gonna get to it. Somebody got their mic.
I'll wait.
Brother Patah Asar, Hotel. Hope you're doing well. What do you have to say, bro?
Do I? Panata Pupaman, Uncle Jet, Uncle Johnson, everyone if we care. Panaburu Mati to you, my great Siba, Reggie Mayberry. That was a wonderful presentation. I think you're on the right path. There's a lot of house cleaning needs to be done.
Wait. I got the banner up, so something is wrong with this because I can't see the people. So let me see if I can get this banner off. So wait, Elder. So you're saying that there's a lot of house cleaning? Wait 1 second.
Yes. Absolutely. About our cultural spirituality and its religious contents. People got religion mixed up with spirituality, and understanding African spirituality, you have to know the primordial field forces. You have to know the attributes of manifestations. You have to be able to complement it through the Mastaba text, the pyramid text, the carbon text, the Heliopolis text, the Kemenu. So I think you're doing a wonderful job, Reggie. I'm just here to say I appreciate you mentioning my name and not including me in that group.
Of course not. Of course not. You are a custodial of a real temple, right? You are known, how can I say, nationally for the work that you have been done. Straight, the work that you've done there on Spalta is historic, right? And it's profound. It's not shredded in a whole bunch of garb and stuff like that, even though as an elder, you do have some nice garbs. But, sa.neter entered the studio. But the fact of the matter is, you are respected for your work.
Hey, Reggie, Dr. Reggie.
Yes, sir.
I would say before that, make him explain why he want to play the song. We all know about the song. He want to make a joke and he want to play games. We already know the song. Egypt was a black land. We know that already. What's the purpose of us playing the song?
Stop.
If
Guess
you
what?
can't answer that, I don't want to hear nothing else, brother.
Guess
Don't
what,
wanna hear
Elder?
nothing else.
Guess what, Elder?
Yeah.
We can put that aside because Patah Asar, the elder,
Yeah,
wants
never
to
mind,
speak.
man. You just want to play games, brother.
No,
You want to play Hebrew
no,
games.
I want to.
You want to play Hebrew games, and y'all the nastiest people in the world.
Well, why don't you play the goddamn video then?
When it comes to Israel. Hey, Reggie, go ahead. Get the elder, brother. Get the elder Patah. Peace and blessings to you, brother Patah.
Shalom, Elder Patah Asar. Shalom, brother. Respect.
I think.
Okay, so yes, sir. Okay, so we got a lot of house cleaning to do. Now you, how can I say, the temple that you come from is how old, sir? Can you put down the scoop of cereal for a second? How old is the temple that you come from? Okay, Patah, can you hear me? How old is the temple that you come from?
My temple. What is this background? It's a lot of background. Can you mute somebody's mic, please? Can you mute somebody's mic?
Everybody's mic is muted except for mine, so it must be my background. How old is the temple that you come from?
I'm from Boston, Mass. From Roxbury, Boston, Mass. My temple is 70 years old.
Okay, and your temple deals with Nile Valley. It deals with Nile Valley culture.
Yeah, I was born in the temple. Now, like you said, these people have shrines. You don't come from a temple. When you come from a temple, that means the first thing you learn martial arts. You have to learn martial arts to protect the kingdom, protect your home, protect the community, whatever. Then you have to learn agriculture. You learn construction. You learn poetry. You learn how to read, write, and speak sa.neter. You learn artistry. There's so much things that you learn in the temple. Okay, there's an inner temple and there's an outer temple. All right, most people come from shrines, and in shrines you're able to produce your own individual creativity, which has nothing to do with our ancient African indigenous.
Okay, and so what do you? Well, you watched the video, so you have your own point of view. So I don't include you in this their type of interpretation. I don't include you in the way that they interpret the culture.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And would not deal with you. What did you think about our openly gay Kemetic high priest? What did you think about him? What did you think about the openly gay Kemetic high priest? Did you see that part? Okay, so I think you have to come back in, right? Because I think it's something with your sound. Everybody else can hear me, right? Say yes.
Yes,
yes, Reggie, we could hear you.
Okay, so Patasika saw, come back.
We hear you. We hear you, brother.
Right, because I don't think that you can hear me. Okay, so let's see. Let me just take brother Patah, if you can come back in if you want to, because you can't hear me. Okay. So.
Nah, brother Reggie. What you brought up was it was all evidence, because I could see if Reggie just came up.
Wait, one second.
I could see if Reggie just came up. Salaki, my bad, Reggie. I got a lag.
I'm gonna. Yeah, he's gonna have to come back in because everybody else can hear. So wait, brother Omar. I have brother Law and brother Harwin.
You, you know what, Reggie? I don't mind waiting. I don't mind
I
waiting for the
mean, you want
brothers.
us to bring up a song? I cannot. Do you
No,
understand
no,
that
no, no, no,
sa.neter
no.
came on?
You know what?
sa.neter said don't play it.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with the song. I'm done with the song. So moving forward, I only want to address what you brought up in this presentation, which was excellent work. But I'll wait. I'll wait for La and Harwin. I'll wait for them brothers. And then if the elder get his thing correct, I don't mind waiting for the elder to jump back on, you know what I'm saying, and do his thing. But Salaki, I'll mute back out, you know, no disrespect.
Okay, brother La, what do you have to, brother La? Peace, peace to you. Assalamu alaikum. How you doing, brother La? Can you hear me? Unmute your mic. Oh shoot, you back? 1 second. Hey, brother La, how you doing? I don't know what is going on with this banner thing. Wait, unmute your mic. 1 second. 1 second, if I can just, I don't know why this thing is. I'm having a problem with the banner system on StreamYard. So let me just try it again. Having some technical difficulties, and I don't know why. Okay, so that's a little bit better, I think. And then let's pull these pull everybody up. There you go. And
I can hear you clearly, brother Reggie. So I don't know what's going on with everybody else stuff, but you coming across clear on my end.
okay, there's brother La. Peace, brother La. How you doing? So, what are your thoughts, good brother?
I think first and foremost, peace and blessings as always to you all and your families. From what I've seen tonight, Reggie, you really came out like the Jay-Z of the conscious community, man. You came at shooting at everybody, man.
No, I didn't. I no, I didn't. But go ahead.
Yeah, you did though, Reg. You did though, Reg. You did, Reg.
Why can't
You
you
came
just say
at
I made it plain?
No, you did. You made it plain, but you just let it be known that you definitely coming for war.
Oh, well, yeah, that they got some explaining to do.
Yeah, you let it be known that you're coming for war, brother.
No, they got some explaining to do. I'm gonna turn the tables over in the temple. What do you call it in the temple, like in the Bible? I'm turning tables over.
All shall will, all should be revealed.
Yeah,
Looking forward to it.
yeah.
Looking forward to it.
I'm turning it. I'm being their literal Jesus. I'm turning over the temples. I mean, the tables in the temple. They can't hide. Like they are misinterpreting stuff, right? I think everybody sees that with our good brother, Efag Gamit, Efag. Uh, 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 he has the same interpretations as the regular Kemetics. There's no difference. Following him or following them. Huh?
No,
Am I
he
wrong?
definitely does. No, you're not wrong at all. But this is what I was actually trying to explain to Harwin in the back, because I see there was some type of back and forth that was happening between Harwin and other people in the chat as well as sa.neter. And I was telling him, and I actually wrote it in Hebrew to let him know, like, yo, just chill a little bit, bro. Like, sa.neter's G's just trying to push the debate with Reggie and Jabari. So just fall back a little bit, just ease up a little bit. Let Reggie get the fade, then you can come after, and you can get yours next. Just chill.
Well, no. Harwin, he gonna speak for himself.
Yeah, but he was going in on the chat. That's why sa.neter
Well, we're
jumped
gonna
in like,
find out what happened. We gonna find out what happened. we're gonna find out what happened. So I'm gonna get my popcorn right now. So let's just, huh?
Harwin want to smoke too. Like y'all jumping on Jabari like hyenas right now, man.
No, I don't think it's about jumping on Jabari. I just think that I think that he got that there's some things that got to be cleared up. Like like his interpretation is not the last interpretation on anything.
It's a lot, brother. It's a lot. I'm looking forward to the debate, though. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, brother Patasika, we couldn't hear. You couldn't hear us. So if you want to try to come back in, and you want to clear up some matters for the young people, you can. But shout out to you. And you could put in any information in the chat that you want people to know. You my elder, you my brother, teacher. So okay, Harwin.
What it do? What's up, Reggie?
Man, what's going on? What's good? What's going on, man? Huh?
I don't know. Hey, Brother La, I got your message. I responded to you in the Hebrew. It just was funny. Brother La can respond to me in Hebrew, but Jabari can't in Egyptian. But look, Sa, I'm talking to Jabari. Why is what I'm saying ruffling your feathers, OG? I thought you was the moderator. I thought, Sa, how am I? Listen, you got confidence in your man, I understand. But I heard what Brother La say. Let me fall back. But Brother La, the thing is this. This was already happening before this debate was set up. The buck dancing, the retracting. I'm not in the chat disrespecting nobody, you know. I'm just agreeing with Reggie when it comes to the text. I think Africa can speak for herself. That's all I'm saying. And Sa, if the Egyptian,
well, I guess he's listening. So.
Yeah, he listening. That's how he came in, because he watching. He seen me in the chat talking. Brother La seen it. That's what he was just talking about. That's why he jumped in the joint. So Sa, if the Egyptian language is okay to be talked about when Jabari giving a presentation, but then the next day it's all of a sudden magically not translatable anymore, right? Then how is your name sa.neter? Where'd that come from?
Oh no, you can't do that to Sa. No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't. Listen, sa.neter. Listen, sa.neter. Wait, first of all, sa.neter does a lot of things to start controversy, right?
He do.
Right? I heard him with the Walter Williams stuff, and I talked to him. I called him up and asked about it. And the fact of the matter is that he knows what buttons to push, right?
He do.
And so I'm gonna leave that alone. Don't be talking about my brother sa.neter. I'm not gonna lose my job over you, Harwin. What else is going on? I'm not gonna lose my job over you, bro.
I'm not trying to listen. I must be ruffling some feathers. Sorry. Listen. If you want me to fall back on your man's, I'm on too hard. I'm sorry. I'm not for real, but okay. All right.
No, I think we can critically talk about if you feel that Brother Jabari makes an error. I think that you can critically note that.
That's all I'm talking about in the chat is the error that the Egyptians didn't believe in entities that came from the sky that physically walked around them. That's not I don't think that's too bad.
Okay, well, I gotta wait. I heard something, so I have to ask. So, hey, peace, Chuck Morgan. How you doing? Peace to you. What they believed is what they believed. So I can't have an opinion on what they believe. I can only look at their writing, right? And then when I look at their writing, I can't come back and say, I don't believe that they believe that, right?
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Reggie.
Well, I'm just saying, you know, I if we agree on that, then that's fine. But what we're having in the Kemetic community is they feel that they get some special signal that we don't get, some special spiritual signal, right? And that they're smarter than everybody else. But when they want to go into a tomb and hear voices, that's okay. They can only hear the voices. But then they want to say that the voices.
Same thing I brought up to Reggie.
Huh?
That's the same thing I brought up to. I know we all heard when Jabari came up on Side Channel and said when he takes a group of people out there and gives them a walkthrough through the tombs, he was like, yeah, I was walking through the tombs and I heard voices and I heard the ancestors speaking to me. Like what are we talking about here? And Harwin brought up an excellent point. We're not gonna sit here and think because what Jabari is saying that it supersedes what the actual Kemetic people thought of their own culture, gods. Oh, I did that on purpose. My bad. Neters. On what they thought about their own neters, like they didn't actually believe in it. So two things. Yes, it was principles, but behind those principles, they put a face behind it and they actually believed in it. So we're not gonna pussyfoot around and act like Jabari can just rewrite their culture because what he says holds ground. No. Those original Kemetic people supersedes what Jabari thinks about from a Western point of mind frame.
Well, that part I definitely agree, and not only him, people like him, right? I agree, and so now we get a chance to see if what they wrote is literal by the definition of what literal is. Is it actual to the letter or is it metaphorical? And that's me and brother Jabari's issue, right? I did not like softening the debate topic to limit it, right? Because it gives a little wiggle room. But you know, I have to give and take.
Reggie, what this is post-traumatic religion syndrome. Jabari and those like him dislike Christianity so much they want to act like everything that may sound similar to it is just all this is all allegorical, metaphysical for the metaphorical, and all this other stuff they making up. Like, no, long before Judeo-Christianity, these concepts were in Africa.
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Long before. So for someone who is as prestigious as a historian as Jabari is, I'm gonna give him his respect. There's no way he can tell me he actually believed that, other than him convincing himself of something that he has created a complex of because he hates European religion so much. There's no way he can't tell me he actually seen these concepts inside these other cultures. I don't believe it.
Well, we will see under scrutiny, right?
Excellent point, Harwin. Excellent point.
All we are looking for is scrutiny. We're trying to say that we can discuss these topics without somebody being on high, right? Mount Vesuvius, right? I just we're gonna find out what the neters say. We're gonna find out what the neters are. We're gonna find out from scholars. We're gonna find out what scholars agree with me and what scholars agree with him. And he's got supporters. I found one of the supporters. I'm no longer talking to him no more, right? I don't even want to mention him. I care less about him. But my whole thing is when you try to jumble up somebody's words, when you actually try to jumble up somebody's word for somebody who and you're not even in the debate, right? That's disrespectful. All righty. So what do y'all want to cover?
Brother Reggie, this is soft atheism that they teach.
Oh, it's more than soft.
I say soft because they trying to act like they still believe in the energies and the divine force. But is this divine force, does it have agency, Jabari? In the text, this divine force you speak of, does it have agency? It's a yes or no question.
Well, we'll find out.
It's a little more than just that. Well, though. It's a lot of man worshiping.
What? What you talking about?
It's a lot of man
Big
worshiping as
screen.
well.
Big screen. Big screen. See, now they all mad at me because, except for Harwin, who looks at the and Jose Francis, right? They think I'm helping the Hebrews and the Christians. I'm not. We having a black man's conversation. Let's have a black man's conversation about it. So what you saying, Brother La?
What I'm saying is reading the text and actually being able to go to the sa.neter and having praise for a person. You can have aspirations and love for somebody, but actually worshiping, I see a lot of, especially in Kemetic teachings, there's a lot of man worshiping. And in this whole, not just Kemetics, in this whole construct of this whole internet of consciousness one, it's a lot of man worshiping, a lot of it. Sometimes it becomes overbearing at times.
Brother La, when you say it's man worship, are you talking about like people in the chat that might have favorites towards a certain scholar that might come up here and speak?
That, and certain men feel that other men can do no wrong. Like
Exactly. This is listen, I thought we was here for the truth. I thought this was the toughest environment. This ain't that tough. I'm gonna be 100 with you. All I see is a bunch of people in the chat that allegedly I thought we was here for information, Brother La.
That's all I'm here for.
In the chat, I see personality worship. Like, so why Reggie gotta be jealous of Jabari because he's addressing him scholarly on a topic about ancient Egypt? How's that hate and how's that jealousy?
That's why I explained to you all when I was telling you, for the most part, because I even said it myself, to just fall back in regards to Jabari and Reggie's debate and speaking on it. Because I just want to see Reggie get the fade. I want to see Jabari get the fade. They both going to stand up 10 toes down and intellectually just squabble. And whoever get dropped, they're going to get dropped. Just let it happen. I don't need to throw no 2 cents in. You ain't got to throw no 2 cents in. Nobody ain't got to throw no 2 cents in. Just let them squabble, get it off, and then be done with it.
Well, that's part of the, that's just part of the community, right? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
By the way, Harwin, did you get my email address? I sent it to you.
Send it to me in the back chat on here.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's part of the, that's just, listen, it's a debate going on. So those things I expect. Some people overdo their personality worship, right? Some people overdo that. I got that. Look, it's an uphill battle. What today I got what? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got only 6 cash apps, right? I mean, I get a lot of negative feedback. People don't even want me to come to the debate, right? They want the status quo, right? So I get that. I'm behind the 8 ball. No matter how many scholars I got, I'm jealous. I'm a whole bunch of things, and it's just what our audience is. They don't care about the truth, right? But
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't know.
They don't.
Reggie, they specifically said that you hate Jabari. The thing is for all these chatty patties up in here, how can Reggie have hate for Jabari?
Yeah, but why?
We all have brothers and sisters. We all have brothers and sisters, family that we disagree with. Does that mean that I hate my brother? No, we supposed to challenge each other. I thought I heard at one point in time on this platform, still sharp and still. Reggie has every right to challenge Jabari, not hate his brother.
I'm a 61-year-old dude. I've been in this at least 10 to 12 years before him, right? I've sat with the scholars. I mean, how can I say? So people, y'all have this strange. It is what it is. You just have this strange. You know who my mentors are. You see me with them, right? Y'all have this strange illusion, but that's just our people.
But Reggie, just even having to go on a diatribe explaining this or explaining that to people that essentially that you may know, and some of these people, for the most part, half of these people, if not more, you don't know. You don't have to explain yourself to them. As I always say, a lot of times when you come on this internet and we have conversations and we hold dialogues, when you log off of this internet, if you don't know them in real life, in real time, everybody dead.
Well, come on, that's Sister Dana. That's Sister Dana's teaching.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Shout
the
out
truth,
to
though.
Sister Dana. Right? You a student. You're a student, Sister Dana.
That's real.
Right.
It took the wisdom to get both of those jewels that Wiz had to give to me and to you.
Well, I agree, but what this is about the information. So I did an information on the Kemetic Church Fathers. They decide what our people should know about Kemet, right? And they are incorrect, right? That's why Harlan wants to shoot the fade. That's why Omar wants to shoot the fade, right? Now, my brother Jose Francis. Now, I was on his show earlier, and
but now see, Reggie, I disagree with that because with Harwin, it's a different ball game with Harwin.
I can say something, Reggie.
Okay,
what
so
you
brother
mean, bro?
Jose Francis.
I mean, lie. Oh, my bad.
Wait, I'm gonna let brother Jose Francis go.
Here's the thing. Brother Reggie has a right to say what he has to say because he can read the text. Harwood can say what he has to say because he can read the text. I can't argue because I can't read the text. Omar's a Hebrew Israelite, so he should just be quiet and stop instigating. I don't know.
What about Jabari? What about Jabari?
You and Jabari have your fight to fight.
Yeah, but what about you? You said okay.
I'm
So it comes down. It's going to come down to the meta nature, what the text actually says.
He's going to show you if he can read it or not. That's up to him to show you that. I can't speak for him. I'm not speaking for him. But people who are Hebrew Israelites and can't read the text should not be instigating anything. Because you put a text in front of Omar, he can't read nothing in the text. He doesn't even understand what the text is. So
let me just deal with this.
He should be quiet.
The conversation is not being a Hebrew.
I'm tired of telling him to be quiet.
Listen, I'm running a damn debate. I'm going to do a debate, right? So the question is not just him. The question is the Kemetic Church Fathers, right? So you don't want us to discuss what they teach? I just showed you.
I don't have a problem with you. My problem is not with you. You and
I'm talking about
Reggie. Make Jose answer your question, Reggie.
Shut up, Omar.
Reggie. No, you shut up. You shut up. You will not answer Reggie's question because you're a coward. No, nigga, answer the question. Answer Reggie's question.
Why don't you shut up and let me answer the question?
I see that garbage you got in your background. Read that garbage that you got in your background in. Since you're so affluent.
Wait. Foul on court. What's in his background is not garbage.
I don't like you.
If I want to start talking about the Hebrew, the Proto-Sinaitic script or the Scribble Scrabble, that would be fine, right? So be careful, Omar.
I'm gonna answer your question, brother Reggie.
I will be careful, Reggie, but he needs to answer your question, Reggie.
I want to hear you. Let me answer the question and shut your mouth. Brother Reggie, I saw what you put forward and I said it's your right to question that. You've been in this thing most of my life, so I have no right to tell you that you're wrong. Brother Jabari has been doing this for a good amount of time. So I have no right to question what he is saying. And I think that's fair, because if you put the text in front of me, I can't read it as well as you. So I'm not going in to jump in and instigate anything to act as if I am this big
No,
star.
but what we care,
I'm not going to do that.
No, but what we care is not about what we care about is what the text says. That's
Brother
it.
Reggie,
I'm
not. What I'm saying is, I'm not qualified to dispute your metal nature skills to tell you you're talking garbage. I'm not qualified to do that, and I'm not going to do that. When the debate comes, we will see.
You know, Jose Francis, you just said you're not qualified. So you shut your damn mouth. You shut your mouth.
Respectfully, brother. I never claimed that, Reggie. I never claimed to be.
Come on, Omar. Come on, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna let Harwin speak. I'm gonna let Harwin
I would
speak.
respect you. Harwin is an individual who could clearly read the glyphs. He has a right to look at the glyphs and say this is right, this is wrong. If you're a Hebrew Israelite who's never read a text, then you should be quiet. And I'm not backing down on that. I'm not going to let this brother come up here and instigate when he can't even share his damn screen to share text. He should be quiet. And I'm telling him that. And if he don't like it, that's his business. This is not nothing against Harwin, because you can read the text and you have a right to say what you're going to say. But do not encourage Omar to come in here and run his gums when he's never read a text in his life. He's not qualified. And
Hey, Harwin, whenever you done, can I go after you? Or if Reggie want to go, I can go after Reggie. I'll wait. Because guess what?
He ends up.
No sweat. No sweat, Jose Francis.
I want Brother Harwin to speak, and then Omar,
go ahead, Brother Harwin. I'm listening to you.
Well, first, I just wanted to know, Brother La, what was that? What was the last thing you were saying? I couldn't hear it when you were speaking. You said it was like something was a different ballpark or something.
Okay. Well,
is he here?
Yeah, I think he's there.
Yes,
I want to thank everybody who thought enough about me to give me a cash app, and I just want to say thanks. So let me just find out who it is. I want to thank Brother Chuck Morgan, always. Coach Keith, I want to thank him. Bless Hands. Hey, sister, thank you so much. That's I guess that's from Omar.
You're welcome, Reggie. You deserve it. You put in work. No sweat.
Thank you, Brother Byron. Thank you so much. Tyon, thank you so much. Sister Cassandra Ward, thank you so much. And so that's all. If anybody else wants to support Brother Reggie on this uphill battle, right, of hate, right, of dealing with somebody sa.neter promoted, that's fine, but I just think that he's incorrect, right? I just think he's correct.
Right. I mean, you got the right to say that. I mean, I don't even see why this is a thing. As to, like, we can't question the brother.
I mean,
go ahead, brother La.
What I was basically saying to you when Reggie was saying something in regards to, or these brothers are the same, and I was expressing to you for the most part that Harwin is different and he can't be characterized as other people. Why? One, Harwin is capable, as we already seen and know, of reading Hebrew, as well as reading the Medu Neter. So you can't characterize one person as being as the next if their linguistics is a whole lot stronger than half of the people. Because as we have a Hebrew on the panel right now, there's I would say, from my opinion, 75 to 80% of the Hebrew Israelites that be on these panels don't read Hebrew, nor can read it nor write it.
Okay, I got you.
Their only tool that they use is the blue letter.
Yeah, I hear you on that, and I respect that. See, that's the thing, Brother La. It's people in the chat like Coach Keith and Side calling me a baby, but I'm like, I can be a baby. I don't mind being called a baby. You know, I actually think that's a term of endearment.
They can call you a baby. They can say whatever they want, brother. But if you know what's clarification, you know what clears everything up? When you can take a walk through a museum with a brother like Reggie, when you can take a walk through the museum with a brother like Jabari or yourself and see something And they may not even come from the cloak where you coming from or the school of thought you coming from, but you still have the ability to read it, and it's accurate. That changes the perspective of the conversation that you hold with a person.
That's my point I was getting to, brother La. I don't mind being called the baby. That's cool. All I'm saying is don't act like I haven't come up here and be vetted live multiple times
It's
over the
part of the
last.
game. It's a hard win. It's
No,
part of
that's
the.
a part of
It's
the
part of
game.
the
I'm
come
just
up
saying
game.
it. Don't act like I haven't been vetted. I have been.
It's no, but I'm just saying it's part of on this channel. On this channel, it's part of a part of the come up game.
No, that's fine with me. No, what I'm saying is,
Reggie, make them stick to the subject because this conversation ain't about who can speak Hebrew the best, who's fluent in Hebrew. It's not about that. Hold on. The conversation is about the Kemetic church fathers. So I don't want to get into a diatribe about, oh, he can speak Hebrew, oh, he can't, oh, he can speak Arabic, oh, he can't, or he can speak Metanetia, oh, he can't. No, let's stick to the conversation.
Omar,
Reggie
respectfully,
cooked Jabari. Reggie cooked Jabari and brought out the facts. So the thing is, we got to talk about what Reggie said, what Jabari said, and we got to break that down. Let's not diatribe. Let's stick the subject.
Omar, respectfully, I was asking Brother Lai what he was saying. That's why he said that. He didn't just say that for no reason, because he was addressing something somebody else said. And then
this conversation is not about who can speak Hebrew the best. It's not about who can speak Arabic the best. It's not about who can speak Metanetia the best. Stick to the conversation.
Omar, I'm just gonna say this, and I'm gonna get off.
Salam alaikum salam alaikum to my brother Lai too, because you know, like I said, I came up as a Muslim, but I'm just saying, let's stick to topic.
Omar, ain't nobody off topic though, respectfully. If somebody talking about, if the topic between Reggie and Jabari is if the netter is literal, the only way you can find out is to go into the text. Well, to go into the text, you either got to know somebody that read it or read it yourself. So when he bring that up, that's a valid point. That's not off topic. So
that's not true. To my point, sorry to cut you off. Go ahead, Hardway, and then Lot, and then I can go after Lot. I'll wait.
To my point, what I'm saying is, I don't mind being scrutinized. Like I love that. Like that's cool with me. I'm not crying up here about that. In fact, I invite it. So we can cut to the chase. What I'm saying is hold Jabari to that same standard. Hold him to the same standard.
I agree with you, Harwood. I agree. So the thing is, if we gonna hold Jabari to that same standard, it ain't about a lot of these Hebrew brothers believe in this and they can't even speak the Hebrew language. No, hold on. Let's redirect it and speak about what. Hold on. Did we just not sit here and watch Reggie give a 2.5, 3 hour presentation of putting boot the ass about all this Kemetic stuff? And if the netters was real, or what they or was it a concept or all literal? Let's stick to the script. This has nothing to do about Hebrew, Arabic, or the language. And for y'all Egyptomaniac people that say, oh, the Metanetia has been broken down. Guess what? Or my bad, deciphered. So if the Metanetia has been deciphered, and we can go to multiple scholars, all we got to do is read these scholars' work. Why in the hell do I have to read Metanetia to understand where they come from?
You see, and this is exactly what we're talking about.
Jose, I got a question.
You know what?
I'm not going to even ask that question because I want to stick to the topic.
And can't speak the bloody language, and that's exactly what they say. Everybody wants to be Hebrew. Everybody wants to be this and that. But if you put the language of the
Hey,
so-called,
I want y'all to notice. I want y'all to notice. I want y'all to notice what Jose Francis is doing.
That will make it, and I'm gonna continue doing.
He's moving the narrative. Hey, Jose Francis. Jose Francis, has the meta nature been deciphered?
You can't speak neither language in question, so you should be quiet.
Jose Francis, has the meta nature been deciphered?
If you can't read the language, then you shouldn't be talking.
Jose Francis, has the meta nature been deciphered?
Quiet. I'm not talking to you because
Jose Francis, has the meta nature been deciphered?
You are ignorant. Don't ask me anything. You're ignorant, and that's what they're telling you. You can't read Hebrew. You can't read meta nature. You can't even share a screen. But you're gonna ask me,
I guarantee you can't read meta nature. You can't read it either.
It doesn't matter if I can read it.
You can't read it either, nigga.
Coming on here disagreeing with people who spend their lives reading it. I'm not disrespecting people who are scholars and spend their life studying something.
Did I disagree? Did I disagree or did I agree with Reggie? Did I disagree or agree with Reggie?
You said you don't need to.
You see that?
You said
they don't want to answer questions. They don't. They don't like answering questions.
The Medu Necha has been deciphered for people who want to read it, not ignorant Hebrew Israelites like you who are going to
Okay. So if the Meta Necha has been, if the Meta Necha has been deciphered, and I can pull it up and read it through English in the English term.
You can't read Medu Necha.
Can Brother Omar speak on it? Can Brother Omar speak on it? Your brother Omar speak on. You goddamn right I can speak on it. You can't read Meta Necha. Yeah, you can't read Meta Necha. Yo. Let's get back to the subject. I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead, Reggie. This nigga Jose Francis is cooked.
I'm not your nigga, Omar.
Go ahead.
I'm not your nigga.
All right, well, my whole point is before I close this show.
If you want to challenge me, then you could challenge me and get embarrassed, Omar, because you're ignorant. And you'll never
speak Meta Necha right now.
You'll never win a debate against me.
Speak Meta Necha. Speak Meta Necha. Speak Meta Necha.
Omar.
Speak Meta Necha.
Okay, wait. Okay.
Speak Meta Necha.
Okay, I'm a.
Oh, better way. Go.
I'm gonna mute everybody, right? So don't come back in until I tell you. Okay, the purpose of this show was to take a deep dive behind the curtain of the Kemetic Church Fathers. One interesting thing is that there are women in the culture, in the Kemetic conscious tradition. They are always under the men, right? And that is another problematic situation that we have in this community, that women can't seemingly be experts above what some of these Kemetic, to me, Christians are, right? And that is a major problem. The other problem is, yes, we have inter-male controversies. Sometimes it has nothing to do with the topic at hand. And I do understand that. This platform does understand that. So we give space for people to kind of air it out. My personal feelings about Jabari Hosase, I don't really have any personal feelings about him at this moment. It's really about this debate, about what he said, and anything that I find that is problematic in the construction of this debate. He said that the netters are real, not literal, not actual, and this is how they are part of how the forces and energies work. I disagree with the forces and energy. I disagree with the literal, right? I agree with the actual. And so that's what this is about. In the text, as the text says, we will have to decide, or we will have to both define what a neter is, right? And then when we define what a neter is, then what we have to do is source it. Not Reggie made it up, who said it, not Jabari made it up, who said it, and maybe the neter is between, but no Egyptologist and no Black scholar who are Egyptologists says that the netters are not real. None. So then when that happens, right, when that happens, then it comes down to, are you going to listen to our scholars who even agree with the European scholars, or the European scholars who agree with us, or you're going to be listening to some shrine, or you're going to listen to the shrine. So that's the shrine definition. If you have a shrine definition, it's internal. But now what I've tried to show is that the Kemetics often, always reinterpret things for their particular understanding. But you will find that many of them are not very good at all in the meta-nature. And it doesn't mean that you have to be an expert, but you have to be able to check the text, right? Very few of them. And then I just showed that they get a lot of it from institutions that were European. So while they're claiming to be black, they're getting many of the early ones got information from the Europeans on how to build the structure, almost permission to build the structure, because the early ones had to deal with laws as if, is this a real religion? The European ones solved it. The black ones benefited from it, right? So they have a nonprofit statuses. They have all these types of statuses. That's from the Europeans that did it, that they started it. The question is, do y'all care to know whether the ancient Egyptians actually believed in entities, actually believed in neters as formed as agents, whether human agents or divine agents? Do you want a lesson? This lesson is in the form of a debate, because I could say it, I could do a presentation on it. It won't have as much weight as fixing it. So these Kemetics who thinks it's forces and nature, forces and powers and chakras, well, we're going to see what the text says, right? And of course, they're going to interpret it. But based on what skill level? Based on what skill level are you going to interpret, or you're going to go against, for example, Dr. Theophila Banga? Like, what skill level? Like, cut it out, Negroes. Like, you're not going to go against what Dr. Richetti says. Cut it out, Negroes. You're not going to go against what Dr. Diop said. And you're not going to go against the European scholars, what they say, because you don't have the skill. You don't have the skill, so you're not credible. Now, you could do it by your charisma. You could do it by even waving a goddamn ankh, right? You could do that all you want. You could convince some people on the chat. But if I show by evidence and by consensus, right, that these are divine agents, that these African people actually believed in it, and why wouldn't they believe in it? Why are they different than any other African? Because you want them to be different, because you are selling something. You're selling yoga classes. You're selling jewelry. You're selling classes. You're selling all of this. So you have to be the author and not the ancient Africans. And this is what this BS has got to stop. This BS has got to stop. You're selling something. The average person, let me tell you something. The average African that's out there can't afford to be a Kemetic. Reggie, come back home. We are spiritual people. Okay, so let me just do this. Are spirits divine agents? Yes, spirits are beings. It's not Brother Reggie that has to come back home. It's for you to understand your own logic. Spiritual means that there are divine agents, not just forces. Do you believe spirits are just forces and energy? Right? Like, make that make sense. That when in the meta-nature, it says Jed Medu. It says recitations of the nature. They speak. They speak. Doesn't it say Jed Medu? They speak. Wait, Jabari, he kills himself. He even speaks to Anecha. Anecha speaks to him. He was the only one in the room. He heard a voice. The voice said, Jabari, you're talking about my family. Tell everybody that I'm here. The Necha spoke to him. The Necha can only speak to him? But they're not divine agents? That's crazy. That's like Paul in the Bible. But even in the Bible, Jesus was a divine agent, so Africans can't have divine agents?
Reggie, this is what we got to look at. A lot of these people have dear regards for you and a lot of respect for you. So the thing is, they pussyfooting around because they scared to actually challenge you. So all they would have to do, Reggie, is say, okay, Reggie, you're wrong here on this specific part. You're wrong here on that part. You're wrong here on that part. So because they hold you in dear regards and they do have respect, what they want to do, they want to flip the script and attack brothers like me, being an Israelite, attack other brothers, easy bands, to try to talk about Bible. When all they have to do is just say, hey, Reggie, what you said about this, what you said about that, you're wrong here, you're wrong here. This is what this source says. This is what this source says. But the thing is, they scared to do it. They scared to do it. So what they try to do, they try to deflect. So the thing is, if you have a discrepancy, Reggie just sat here and gave a 3-hour presentation, and it was nasty work, excellent work. So don't have a discrepancy with me because what? Omar is agreeing with Reggie? No. Find the faults and find the wrongs what Reggie said was wrong, and you can't. And you know what you mad at me? Because you can't do it. Reggie pulled up sources, videos to validate everything he just said. So if you have a discrepancy with Reggie, point it out and voice your opinion. Let's have integrity here.
Well, I think that's part of it. I think integrity. So take the anger out on me, and I will direct you to Dr. Theophilo Banga, and I will direct you to Dr. Richetti. I would direct you to great European scholars on the field, right? I will direct you to them. My problem is I can only study what's there. I can only cite and quote what's there. I'm not a makeup artist. I'm not saying anything that's not in scholarship. But in this case, Omar is correct in the sense that, well, tonight we're talking about the Kemetic church fathers, similar to the Christian church fathers, that at times they messed up the text. There's criticism on what Marcion added or subtracted. Christian church fathers got kicked out of the church, right? Kemetic church fathers, sometimes for different reasons, they get kicked out. But at the end of the day, is what is the text? What does the text say? Now, everybody can have their own interpretation, but at sometimes you got to give ease to academic interpretations, right? You got to give ease to academic interpretations for the people who actually studied the work, the people who are actually experts in the language, those who have translated it, who are respected for their translations, and who agree with translations or disagree slightly with translations. But that's not the Cometians. That's not the Kemetics. They're at the bottom of the pool. They're in the goddamn mud, right? They don't count. They don't count. Their interpretations do not count. So I don't care what they say, but we have an opportunity to see and let them prove it. But I will give you text after text after text after text after text after text after text, right? Like for example, just for example, let me see if I can pull something up. Let me just pull something up. Let's pull something up. Give me a second. I know there's people here that do not believe the meta-nature was deciphered. I do know that. But those same people who followed the late ancestor, Dr. Walter Williams, who I got a chance to talk to. They didn't talk to Dr. Walter Williams. Dr. Walter Williams liked to talk to me. He liked to talk to me. He liked to go back and forth. His last conversations, his last debates on it was with me, not with y'all, not with the people who you calling his students and stuff like that, right? Y'all didn't never talk to him, right? It was with me. Why? Because that breathed life into Dr. Walter Williams, right? And so you got to respect that, but you don't respect that. But I can tell you this: the Cometians, they when Dr. Walter Williams was speaking, he would have tore them up. He literally would tore them up. Did they come up and speak? No, they hide. They hide. Yeah. Yeah. Let me just see. Okay. Let's do this. Let's try this. Let me share my screen if I can. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. So, here. Okay. So, share screen. Okay. The seat of the cosmos. Right? This is the meta-nature, right? The meta-nature of the pyramid text, it will be translated, right? So the basis of this, in my quick analysis, without breaking out everything, is basically it says recitations of the mother of the king, right? And basically it seems that she was pregnant with him, and that then it says something like not exist in the sky or not existed in the land, right? And then it talks about the birth of the Neteru, right? Okay, so now these are these are literal statements. Okay, so words spoken. The mother of the king was pregnant with him in the lower firmament, the Duat. The king was born of his father Atum when the sky did not exist yet, right? When the land did not exist, when humans did not exist, when the divinities were not born, when even death did not exist, right? So these are statements. Uh, this is not of the Netchers, right? This is of the mother of the king. Now, this is a literal statement of the mother of the king. She's making now the difference is we will see recitations from other divine agents, but this is from a human being, right? So now what my argument would be if I had, like, for example, a statement of a human in the same form, and I had a statement from, let's say, a Netcher, it's still direct. So can anybody tell me why this statement right here is metaphorical? Why is this metaphorical?
Because it's referring to the king as being the child of Atum.
That's metaphorical?
Well, I don't think his father was literally Atum. Do you, Reggie?
Okay, so you're asking me a different question. You're
No, I think
asking
it's
me,
metaphorical because they say his father is Atum, and we know Atum is a deity. We would know that that when you're dealing with an suit, that is a symbolic representation.
Jose, so you saying nobody was born literally of the deities in the text, and no text, and none of the texts in Egypt?
yeah. So
Listen to what I'm saying, Harwin. He asked me a question, why is it metaphorical? And I gave him my answer.
Mhm.
That is what I said.
Okay, so here's the thing.
So
So
if you disagree, then you disagree. But
okay, well, no, but I need your basis. I need your basis of a. You were a Christian once, right?
Not really.
You was never a Christian.
Not really.
Okay.
I was raised a Christian, but I never really practiced it. So
Okay, okay. So, do Christians believe that God is their father?
they say so, yes.
Okay, so this is saying the same thing.
No disagreement there, but no disagreement there.
This is saying the same thing. In
No
this case,
disagreement there.
Atum. In this particular case, Atum is the name of the being.
Yes.
So he's saying he was born of his father Atum. Isn't a king of Horus? Isn't he? Isn't a king? Isn't a king of Horus a son of a?
Yes, Sarah. Yes.
A Sarah, a son of a Neter, right?
Yes, son of Ra. Yes.
All right. But Sarah is basically son of a is not. Sarah is a title of being the son of a Neter. In this particular case, he's saying that he's a Sarah, but he's also the Sa of Atum. Is
Yes.
this a literal statement?
Reggie, it's they're saying it in the text, but I'm still going to say, to me, it's metaphorical. That's my
Yeah, but what?
No, not to you, Jose. To the Egyptians that wrote it. Is that metaphorical?
I don't think that they took any of this literally as we.
But why did they write it if they didn't take it literally?
It's metaphorical. It's allegory. I don't think that they believe that there was a being walking around somewhere named.
Okay, so
I don't think so. I could be wrong. I'm not. That's my
right. But my whole thing is, on what basis are you going to articulate what the African believe? You're saying you don't believe they did.
Because I see that Atum and these deities were represented symbolically with animal heads.
Now,
to be fair,
okay. Reggie, so now I have to
hold on, Reggie. Now, to be fair, they did have normal human representations of these.
Okay. So now,
to be fair, I don't want you to.
Okay.
To
so after the debate, after the debate, we are going to talk. So if you say what you have said after the debate, then I'm going to have some public words with you.
But Reggie, they had and they had human representation too. So you want me to tell a lie?
If you believe that,
I'm not lying about what I'm saying, but what
I'm saying. Giving you a chance.
They have both representations. I'm
giving you a chance. So let's get to this
animal head stuff. Yes, human and allegorical. I've seen it. So
let's get to this animal head stuff, because I, as somebody who knows the metal nature, right, who has access, and some training in the meta nature, if you say that you believe that you don't believe it's literal, stop cutting me off.
So, yeah, but I said they had human representations too. So don't act as if I just said one thing. I didn't say that.
Okay,
so I want you to
stop cutting me off. Right? Don't cut me off, because I was talking, and I'm gonna be crystal clear with you. Right? If after the debate, right, you still claim that because Atum has an animal head, after the debate, I will personally do a whole show on your lack of understanding of the meta-nature, right? Because what you just said is you're going to get a chance to understand. You're going to get a chance. But if you said that a tomb has want to talk about his figure, then you certainly don't understand the meta-nature. So let's go back to this text. Let's just go back to this text. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you see a tomb here with an animal head? Okay, so he said with the animal head, right? That's what he said, right? So where is the animal head in this glyph? Wait, see, this is the problem. This is the problem with people. So here it goes. So this is a literal statement talking about a tomb. You're putting the animal head there.
You do know I'm not your enemy, right, Reggie?
No. It has nothing to do with
now.
you.
You're supposed to, Reggie. I said two things, and I said a tomb is represented with the animal head, and
no. A tomb
also
is
have
written.
human figures too, but you didn't mention that part. I said
Okay.
they have human.
Okay, so okay. So here is the literal statement in pyramid text. This is old. This has nothing to do with representation in art. This is straight literature. What he did was he put in something later. In the pyramid text right here, right? Here it is, his father, right? His father, Atul, right? Right here, right? Itep. His
Yep, the
father,
word Itep. His father. Itep tomb, right there.
right there. His father, Atul. I don't see no animal head. But what he did is he went somewhere else and got a figure in his mind about a tomb. And simply the grammar, the language says his father, right? Atef.
Yep, the reed, the loaf of bread, and the viper right there. And then after that, you see the loaf of bread at the bottom below that, like the slave joint. That's Itef Atum, his father.
Right. Eat is father. Etef is his father, Atum.
Atum.
So what I have a problem with, Jose, is that I'm reading a literal statement with no animal heads, right? I'm reading the language. Everything here is language, right? So my problem is even with people who study aspects of the language, when you insert something that's not there. Now, most of the time, a lot of times in the text, sometimes there's something called a vignette. A vignette is an artistic drawing that helps the person understand, right? And may give a tomb a representation. But here it's straight his father Atum. Now, there are vignettes, and Atum may have plums on his head, right? He may have a crown, but kings have their crown. But when you see that, I don't want to go further into the debate and into the language, but this is a literal statement. This is what he believed. No, this is what his mother believed. You see this right here? His mother.
Yep, Mut.
Right? His mother. Right? Now, you could say, you could go over here and start talking about the duat, but still they believe, like the Christians believe in a heaven and a hell.
They believe in a literal heaven. They believe in a literal place you go in the afterlife. That's not a metaphor to them.
So then people get mad at me, even their own, because I'm being very specific. I'm debating Jabari. He's not debating Jabari. He says he's not my enemy. It's not about being my enemy. It's what the text says.
In fact, it says pet and ta, land and earth right there. I mean,
Yeah,
earth, land, sky, and earth.
not exists. Kepra.
Not Kepra.
Right.
Pet, right there with the canopy right there.
Right. Right.
Then right after that, it says Kepra.
This is ta. Right.
It says both literally. So what we talking about?
So everything here is literal. Right. But what I got back, and you know what? And it's funny because people just think that I'm just unnice to certain people. It's not that. You're gonna argue me. You're gonna begin to argue with me when I can look at the text and use the text to verify that there's no animal heads. It's just Tim. Right? So that means either you don't want to learn or you want to listen and act like you're my friend or you agree with me and teach something else. And then you want to tell me belief. There's no belief in this. I'm analyzing a text of what an ancient person of the Nile wrote in the pyramid text. And I'm going to say that the pyramid text is metaphorical. Then to do that, I have to find out where the metaphors are. In this case, it's straight Old Kingdom text. Right? So, yeah. So I'm expecting that by Kemetics. And until I get an apology from Jose on this, right, then I'm putting him in the section of the Kemetics. Because if you're gonna F with the grammar, you don't need to be talking about it.
That's exactly what they're doing. They mess with the grammar. The brother Holograph 100 doing the same thing in the chat. I'm asking him if there is an actual text where there are literal netter fathering literal historical people we know existed. In the text, does the grammar say this is a metaphor? It does not. Now, I'm not going to say too much. I don't want to give away too much because I know Reggie got a debate coming up. But for anybody that say they've read the Nedu Netzer for over 10 years and claim that's not in the text, you being disingenuous and you lying, brother.
And it's not about, see, that's the thing with the Kemetics. Oh, they want me. Oh, will you be my friend? We could talk. No. No, you're going to have a conversation with me online and you're going to press that this is a metaphor? Yo, I'm so straight, just straight, simple text, right? And I just don't, and then I just, bro, family, yo, brother Reggie, I'm done. If this is, if then I've already lost the debate. I've already lost debate with my people who are not ready. Right.
Reggie, when you show actual scholars saying what you're saying, and they always ask y'all for sources and they want to hear from European scholars, then there should be no problem. At that point, they just voting for the personality they like the most.
Y'all don't understand. I have a conversation with somebody that I've known for at least 3-4 years. And I'm going to hear animal heads on a tomb. And then I'm going to look at the script and there's not even a representation, right? For the most part, netters are just seated people in the text. The art is something else. Vignettes are something else. it derived from that to help people understand. But if I'm going to have a conversation with someone who is going to not read the Medu Neter and going to simply tell me about some damn animal heads as a basis for being a metaphor, and then say, I'm not your enemy. Well, forget, I don't, well, shit. It had nothing to do with that. It has something to do with the fact of the matter is, does it say that his father is a Tim? Well, not that I believe it. It's like Hatshepsut said her father was Amun.
Boom. You shouldn't even have said that, Reggie, because I'm talking to the brother Holograph 100 in the chat. And since you said it already, let's just talk about it. Hatshepsut literally said that Amun fathered her. And there are words there in grammar within that text that shows you that that's not literal.
When she said, wait, first of all, she made a little statement. It doesn't matter if it's true.
It's just she spoke of it literally.
Right. She spoke of it literally. Matter of fact, she used that in front of the people. Well, the fact of the matter is the who Amin Ra was at that particular time was the chief.
He was the chief deity at that time.
Right. Right. So here's a holograph saying it's not. Here, this is how we do in our community. Here's a holograph, and he's saying that things are not literal, and he's a holograph. Right. So I can go on and I can find more text. I can go and find more text, and shit. My whole thing is shit. I mean, so one thing is you can't be corrected. Yeah. Let me see what he says. Let me see what Dr. Theophilo Benga says. Share screen. But in this particular text, there was no animal heads, no nothing. Okay, so what does he say? The totality, the present universe, that is to say, the totality of all that exists, encompasses everything in the world, in nature, the abode of dead, which is the Duat, right? So that's the Duat is simply the place of the dead, right? The sky above, right? Pet, the inhabited world, right? Right? Ta at that time, right? Humans of the planet Earth, Ramesh, right? Coptic Romi, Lomi, ancestral divinities and deified ancestors, right? The Neteru, right? Ancestral divinities and deified ancestors, the Neteru. Human intelligence normally strives to understand how all this came to be, blah, 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 blah. What is positive is a kind of matter, yet is no thematic form. It is absolute in its sovereignty before it becomes involved through the agency of the merge. In the process becoming, the concept was sort of a spatial medium, antedating space and time, beyond time and space, all perceptible reality. So what y'all don't understand is that he's talking. They're talking about they're talking about a phrase that will be in the Bible that you feel that is literal in Genesis. When God created the heavens and the earth, and the earth was without form, this is the same statement, right? This is the same statement. Death did not exist. Remember, in the Garden of Eve, it didn't exist. When divinities were not born yet, in this case, it's a single God, right? When humans did not exist yet. right? When land did not exist yet. Sky. Remember the earth was kind of watery in the Bible? Why can we believe the Bible? He is in the lower firmament, the dua. Why can we believe the Bible, but we can't believe a direct statement that has nothing to do? And so the only thing that could happen is a person could look at a tomb and say that a tomb is not literal, is not a literal being. Okay, so that's when it's not soft atheism, Harway. It's very hard atheism.
Very hard. Very hard. Soften the way I explain it, atheist in practice.
But it doesn't matter what he should think, I should think, you should think, Omar should think, the crowd should think. It's what these Africans thought. Can you give them some respect?
They don't respect it. This is post-traumatic religious syndrome, as I coined it 10 years ago. I noticed it. It's the opposite extreme of those who take Abrahamic beliefs to the extreme on how they believe and what they believe. It's like two sides of the coin, because they hate colonialism so much. They see something that they think is similar to it. Like, oh no, that can't be real. That's some spooky stuff. That's not. Well, guess what? If you think it's spooky, the Africans thought of stuff that believed in things that you deem spooky today. And to try to make it all metaphoric, absolutely, is disingenuous and is lying on Africa. They believed many of these things were very literal.
Yeah. Yeah. So in this particular text, right? Wow. So in this particular text is Ra, right? So I'm gonna try to find one with Ra, right? Okay, so here. All right. So I'm gonna read the share screen. No, I don't want to do this because you know what? It's gonna bleed into the debate. I only wanted to use a uh, I only wanted to use a text that had to do with a human being, right? And there was one netter there, and that was his father. So the African couldn't say that the tomb is his, not as his father. So that means all African spiritual cultures, Ife, um, uh, 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 all the West African cultures with their bosoms, all of that is not real, but the European religions are real, right? So I'm so now it's just a matter of how can I say? It's just a matter of now I just know what I'm dealing with. So I appreciate that from him because now I know that there are people who read the meta nature who don't read the medu nature, they read into other things. They don't read direct medu nature. And my mistake was simply I should have just asked him to translate it like I would ask you, right? I would ask, uh, yeah, yeah, um, yeah. So I would just ask him to read the medu nature instead of what I should have done. Because then first, if you can't read the meta nature, if you can't read the meta nature, and then if you read the meta nature, then you should be able to understand what the text is saying and understand whether what's a metaphor or not. And I don't know if I could do that all in a debate, but I do have some examples. So with that said, I'm a little upset now, Harwin. I'm really upset because uh, I had somebody with a meta nature reader and a meta nature reader, and a meta nature reader looked and found and said that a tomb is a metaphor. And then when I look for it, I don't see nothing. I don't see none of the stuff that he's talking about. Cash app. So I was able to take a class in the meta nature. I was able to take a class in the meta nature from a PhD. Yeah, and she immediately explained to us how the language works, and yeah. So I think the first thing people should ask Harwin is, who is your meta nature teacher? If it's self-studied, then I can understand it's self-studied. But if you didn't take a formal class, then you are going to make mistakes like that. So with that said, Omar, you got anything to say? Okay. So Harwin, you got anything else to say? Because I'm tight right now.
No, I don't got nothing to say, man. I just think we need to just stop imposing our biases on when we're talking about these ancient people. Our modern new age made up biases and mess. Like people in the chat, and it ain't just the chat, it's just this is the conscious community has become this. It's like all this old metaphorical, extra miracle, metaphysical, all this other stuff. Just go into the text. We can go into the indigenous African customs all over Africa. We can see that there are allegorical and literal aspects in these cultures. And to speak in absolutes as if it's all allegorical because it makes you feel comfortable to not acknowledge what you deem spooky is disingenuous.
Well, I agree. Um, Supreme Maritime says, Harwin, 200 years from now, folks will be making the same argument about what we believed in. I understand you better than Reggie for some reason. I don't know. Reggie gives the example. Reggie helps with the meta nature. Reggie shows why there's no dog-headed or crazy figure, right? It's just language, right? I don't understand why you wouldn't understand me. It's a direct statement, right? The mother of the king. Simple, like as simple as that, right? It's just the mother of the king. So now,
Yeah, atheism is not animism.
no. Mm-mm.
They're trying to use the animism excuse. If you think animists don't believe in some deities, then you don't really know these cultures for real.
Yeah, animism is basically everything is a divine agent. Everything is a spirit.
That's not atheism. What y'all talking about and what Jabari talk about is atheism until he say that the voices is talking to him all of a sudden. But they're
Right.
not literal. But they're talking to him, but they're not literal. That don't make sense.
Oh no, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I'm upset because I shouldn't have to argue a point like this from somebody who understands the Medu Neter. We don't. What we do is we read the statement. We read we look at the statement. We try to transliterate it, and we try to translate it, and we read the statement for what it is. There are metaphors in this language, but it's you can tell by the grammar that are metaphors, right? But
Exactly.
then you tell in the language when it's a direct statement of belief. So this African person could not believe that their father was a tomb, right? She could not believe that. She lived and died believing that the king, right, who the mother of the king gave birth, and and that's her statement, and you're gonna disrespect that African woman, whether it's true or not, right? But it can't be true because a tomb is some figure claimed to have some funny features, but in this statement, it's just a tomb, Tim. So with that said, Dua Saber Reggie, fantastic presentation today. Peace to you.
Hey, Hey Reggie, his brother Omar. I don't mind if you mind me closing out. I had to handle. I had to do some things around the crib for my woman. I had to take out the garbage.
Yeah.
Had to watch, helping my queen out. I heard y'all, but if I could just kind of close out, if you was ready to shut it down, or if you want to continue to diet it.
So go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay, so this is my closeout, and I'm gonna hop off. So here's the thing. What you demonstrated right now was excellent work, But why is it excellent work? You challenged Jabari, and instead of doing a 3.5 hour, 4 hour diatribe, what did you do? You said, okay, these are the areas that I'm gonna challenge them in. This is where I disagree. And the thing is, what did you do? You pulled up sources, information, video clips. You did that. So the thing is, to whoever disagree with Reggie can't really disagree with him. He showed it. That's what the work is supposed to be about. And then to the other haters that was like, oh, Mark, he believe in this. He can't speak Hebrew. He can't write in Hebrew. And guess what? A lot of these other brothers, like Jose Francis, can Jose Francis have a conversation in meta-neter? No. Can Jose Francis write an article in meta-neter? No. And then this is just to be funny. Can Jose Francis order a pizza in meta-neter? No. So let's just stop playing these games.
Omar, has Jabari written a book on that?
Listen, I'm almost done. And to get back to the topic, because we're not going to run away. Are they literal? Listen, hold on. What did Jabari say in our other conversation? He said he reconstructs. Is Omar lying? Is Omar, did Jabari say he reconstructs? So when you reconstruct something, it's not in a natural form. Jabari is adding his own personal interpretation of what those ancient Kemetic people thought. But the thing about it is what those ancient Kemetic people thought, it was literal. They actually believe in their gods looking, my bad, neters. They actually believed in what they was explaining, what they talked about, their belief system, everything. They believed that their neters were actual, real deity or deities. So the thing is, what did Reggie say? Literal, believing in it, or what the other people say is principles.
They believed you were not enslaved.
They believed in all of it, and Reggie was absolutely correct. My bad, Elder. Reggie was absolutely correct.
We were not enslaved because we believed in principles. We were enslaved because some group of people believed that we were practicing a pagan religion.
Absolutely.
So I'm not going to be apologetic. I'm not going to be sorry.
We're not talking about that, Reggie. Reggie, I thought the topic was as far as what the Kemetic people thought about their neters. Was it literal or was it something else? And what you pulled up, Reggie, was absolutely correct. They believed in that.
Well, I want to say one thing. They thought
that the actual deities.
They were not Kemetic. They were African people of that civilization. The Kemetics. Kemetic is like metallic. It's like metallic is fake metal. It means like metal. The Kemetics or fake Kemet, right? They put the ick there. Kemetic, like Kemet. Not the same as Kemet, like Kemet, right? Associated with Kemet, if they think that that's personal. They are not the people of the Nile Valley. They're not those people. They can tell you the lie. They can tell you all of that stuff. They're not those people, right? So I just want
I absolutely agree with that. But that goes to the very first conversation was hold on, when Sal put my face up. Like,
okay, well, okay, if you could finish,
and that's no sweat. But
yeah,
no. All I'm saying, I'm a land. You are absolutely correct. So the thing is, for everybody, don't be mad at Omar. Be mad at Reggie because Reggie exposed it.
Yeah.
Reggie exposed it. What did Reggie do? He talked about it. He made his argument. He pulled up sources and other extracurricular points to validate everything he was saying. They absolutely believe that their neters or deities were actually real. And there's no escaping that. So who should we trust? Jabari, who has his own personal interpretation of it, even with all his accolades, looking at it from a Western mind frame, or should we just go back to the Kemetic text that says, and the history of it, to validate what Reggie said, and that's what we should go back. Well, but no, you were correct, Elder, and good work, man.
Well,
excellent work.
Thank you. I'm gonna pay dearly. I'm gonna get calls all tomorrow, if not tonight after the show, right? But I'm not moving. But Harwin, good job, Omar. Good job, family. Oh, I just want to say if you want to support your brother, because Dad, you can lose friends over this bullshit. You can lose friends over this show, right? I mean, I don't want to do that. But my whole thing is the meta-nature. So on live TV, a meta-nature reader is going to tell me that that's metaphorical, right? Support, brother. I'm so done.
You know what, Reggie? But I wanted to make that point too. Just because I believe something different than my brother or a family member or a best friend or a person I hold in dear regard, just because I disagree with you, should you be my enemy? Should we separate from being brothers? Absolutely not. That's what we got to start. That's what we got to start doing. We got to say, guess what? Every person, every human being is entitled to what they deserve to think. So who is somebody else to tell what somebody believe in or what they think? And even if you don't agree with it, why should that destroy your brotherhood? And it shouldn't.
Well, the fact is that one of the things that we have to do is fix that. But Brother Omar, it's 12:26. I have apologized. I have to go. I haven't really eaten, and so hey man, thanks. And look, it's just all of us is just trying to share some wisdom and analyze.
Shalom, brother Reggie. I love you. We've disagreed. We've agreed. I love you. I'm finna drop the panel. Nasty work, good work. And even though, people can disagree and agree with you, we hold you in dear regard and we love you, Reggie. And that's good that you put in that work to criticize.
I just hope
respect, Reggie. Respect, Elder.
I just hope
I'm gonna drop off.
Do another show. Omar, thank you. But family, I hope I'm able to do another show after this, right? I hope I can have my privileges, but I did say what the show was going to be about, and luckily the whole show was not about my opponent. So with that said, man, I want to say thank you all so much. And I'm going to put in my Trap from Religion theme song from sa.neter. And I want you all to have a safe night. And thanks for another live show of Black News 102 sa.neter Studios with Brother Reggie. So where's the show? I can't even find it. Final call from my brothers. Here it goes.
Love, where you at? Where my people at? Nah, Pat, where you at? Where you at? Where my people at? I need you to help me on this mission. Yeah. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of the prison. This is for my brothers trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. You are now. You believe in Jesus, where your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. Oh, God killer, not gonna let that slide. You drowning in a myth, you had nowhere to hide. The HOK is the toughest environment. When we trade blind faith for mental empowerment, I believe in scriptures for your mind, this is the key. It's time to unlearn everything you believe. The house of consciousness, start looking within. That's where the real liberation begins. Oh, this is for my brothers trapped in religion. Open up your eyes, break out of that prison. This is for my brother trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. The HOK is more than just a place. It's a tough environment where you check your faith. Bomb squad and pseudo killers who check your sources. Don't come in front cause you will leave for losses. The Bible written to break your spirit, built to keep you low, feeding you metaphors, stopping your growth. These is for my brothers trapped in religion. sa.neter be the truth, you know he's on a mission. It's sad to see my brothers all so lost. It's sad to see you believe in things that's false. It's sad to see you believe in Jesus, while your logic breaks apart in 1,000 pieces. Don't stop, don't give up on us. Please, sa.neter, sa.neter, sa.neter.